Chapter 331. What? Motorcycle robbery gang? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Miss Xia, did you make a mistake? What nonsense are you talking about? What does that gang have to do with me? According to the reports from the public, the members of the criminal gang drive scooters in the downtown area of the city. They specifically rob pedestrians on the road. And your characteristics are just right. Xia Shui said with conviction. I'm going to faint. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. I'm riding a scooter, so I'm a member of the criminal gang? Your imagination is really rich. I have reason to doubt you, Xia Shui said. Okay, didn't you say that I'm a member of the motorcycle robbery gang? Then you take a look. Do I have anything on me that I robbed? Yang Ming stretched out his arms and then turned around twice. You don't have anything now. Who knows if you're going to rob later? Xia Shui said without mercy. I really don't understand. Why did the team send you out to perform the task? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Listening to Yang Ming, Xia Shui's heart was even more annoyed. Yes, Yang Ming pointed out her weakness. Xia Shui was the only girl in the criminal investigation team, so the team didn't let Xia Shui participate in the murder cases. Only some ordinary cases were assigned to Xia Shui. For example, they received a report that there was a gang of robbers riding scooters in the city at the end of the year. Chun Fei handed this matter to Xia Shui. Xia Shui was already suffocating enough. She was also a criminal police officer with dreams. She also dreamed of one day solving a bizarre case like the policewoman in the TV show Serious Crime Unit 6. But Chun Fei didn't give her a chance at all. He always put her in charge of these small cases. Although there was no distinction between high and low jobs, Xia Shui was still somewhat unbalanced. She drove the police car around the city with the driver in the police station for 3 days, but they didn't see a single criminal. It made Xia Shui very bored. Today, she finally got to vent her anger on Yang Ming. How did she let it go? In fact, Xia Shui also knew that Captain Chen didn't let a girl like her come into contact with those rotten corpses and eerie bones. It was also a kind of care for her. However, Hua Milan had been on the battlefield since ancient times. Who said that women were inferior to men? Hurry up and get in the car. Whether you're innocent or not, we will know after an investigation. Who knows if you're going to commit a robbery? Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming and said, Then you might as well capture everyone on the streets. Yang Ming said indifferently. What? Xia Shui was stunned. You said that I'm a robber because I'm riding a motorcycle. Then those men all have tools to commit rape. Are you going to catch them too? Yang Ming sneered. What about the woman? Xia Shui continued to be stunned and asked. A woman? Women can engage in prostitution. You should also arrest them. Yang Ming rolled his eyes at her. Poochie. The driver of the police car couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xia Shui immediately turned around and glared at him. The driver forcibly held back his laughter and looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Yang Ming, don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and get in the car. If not, I won't be polite anymore. Xia Shui was so angry that her teeth were itching. This guy really knows how to talk nonsense. Well, since you want to pester me, that's fine. I have something to do now. After I finish my business, I will go back to the police station to find you. How about that? Yang Ming looked at the time and didn't want to continue wasting time with Xia Shui. It seemed that Xia Shui wouldn't let him go easily today. Something? Whatever it is, wait until you are out of the police station. Go back with me first. Xia Shui naturally wouldn't let Yang Ming go so easily. Miss, can you stop messing around? I really have something to do. Yang Ming was really annoyed. You are a woman. I won't argue with you, but you can't be endless. I'm messing around? What am I messing around with? I'm performing official duties. Xia Shui raised the gun in her hand and pointed it at Yang Ming. Hurry up and get in the car. Are you abusing your authority? I need to call Uncle Chun and reflect on it. Yang Ming stared at Xia Shui coldly. You are using Captain Chun to threaten me? What do you mean? Xia Shui clenched her teeth. Yang Ming's words made her even angrier. She hated it when others threatened her. Xia Shui, let me tell you, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Yang Ming sneered. He glared at her with red eyes and said, I'm not part of the motorcycle robbery gang. You know it in your heart. Although you can also take me back and investigate, you do have the authority to do so, and I have to cooperate with you. But I really have something to do now. What do you have to do? Xia Shui felt guilty when she saw Yang Ming's red eyes. She thought, did I really go overboard? But I didn't do anything wrong. But Xia Shui's voice wasn't as tough as before. Instead, she asked Yang Ming, Xia Shui, I'm going to save my girlfriend now. She's being harassed by a few punks in the bar. The situation is very critical. Yang Ming said, how about this? I promise that after this is over, I will go to the police station to report to you. I will cooperate with you to investigate the motorcycle robbery gang. I will also apologize to you. Are you really going to save someone? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Yes, sister, I'm very anxious. Yang Ming said in a bad mood. Well, then I will go with you. Xia Shui said. She was a bit curious. What kind of girlfriend could a pervert like Yang Ming find? So, she wanted to see it. On the other hand, she wanted to see if Yang Ming was lying. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to cause trouble for me? Yang Ming shook his head and said, You know my home address. Are you still afraid that I will run away? Why would I be afraid of you running away? Xia Shui said coldly. Don't forget, I am a police officer. If there are any punks, just leave it to me. You? Yang Ming curled his lips. Where's the bar? Don't waste time. Hurry up and get in the car. Xia Shui said to Yang Ming. What about the motorcycle? Although Yang Ming didn't care about the motorcycle, if he didn't want it, Xia Shui would definitely be suspicious. Shaoli, you go and put the motorcycle in the trunk. Xia Shui instructed the male driver of the police car. Okay. The male driver immediately got out of the car and began to move the motorcycle. It seemed that Xia Shui, the violent girl, was well known in the police station. Even the driver was in awe of her. Of course, this was only limited to young people. Chun Fei definitely wouldn't be afraid of her. Xia Shui didn't dare to use violence against Chun Fei. According to the location mentioned by Yang Ming, Xia Shui let Shaoli drive all the way to the bar with the siren. Because of the siren, the speed wasn't slower than Yang Ming's motorcycle. As soon as the car was parked, Yang Ming jumped out of the car first, followed by Xia Shui. Shaoli wasn't a police officer. He was just a driver, so it was impossible for him to participate in these things. After entering the bar, Yang Ming didn't have to look for it to see the location of Lin Jiyun. He walked over there directly. At this moment, Wu Xinkai was holding a bottle of wine and kept forcing Lin Jiyun to drink. Lin Jiyun was forced. Every time, she could only take a small sip of the wine, but even so, the bottle of Corona was almost empty. Jiyun. Yang Ming walked quickly to Lin Jiyun's side and grabbed her arm. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun waited for a long time. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to find this place. Now that she finally saw Yang Ming come, her heart was relieved. She leaned on Yang Ming like she was about to collapse. Yes, she was too nervous just now. In just 20 minutes, it felt like a century. Now that Yang Ming was here, Lin Jiyun wasn't afraid. She didn't know why, but this man who had hurt her was now standing by her side. Lin Jiyun had a strong sense of security. With him by her side, Lin Jiyun felt that she wasn't afraid of any danger. Kid, who are you? Bai Hai saw a man suddenly appear and pull Lin Jiyun's arm. He immediately pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, I'm her boyfriend. I want to take my wife home. Yang Ming said faintly, You're her boyfriend? How come I don't know? Gu Xinyao said sarcastically, Lin Jiyun, do you know him? Lin Jiyun's face blushed and nodded slightly. He's my boyfriend, fuck. So what? Kid, I don't care who you are. This bar is my territory. I don't welcome you here. You should get out of here, or I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Wu Xinkai thought that he said a very funny joke, so he laughed twice. Chapter 332. Lin Jiyun, don't bother with this idiot. Let's go. Yang Ming pulled Lin Jiyun's arm and didn't care about Wu Xinkai, who made a lame joke. You dare. Wu Xinkai also stood up and pulled Lin Jiyun. Yeah. Lin Jiyun was pulled by him like this, and she immediately stumbled. She squatted down in pain and covered her calf. Obviously, it was the pulling just now that caused her calf to be stuck between the table and chair. Fuck your mother. When Yang Ming saw that Wu Xinkai hurt Lin Jiyun, he suddenly exploded. He grabbed the Corona bottle on the table and slammed it on Wu Xinkai's head. Don't you want to know why the flowers are so red? I will let you bloom like a peach blossom. With a bang, the bottle burst open. Wu Xinkai's head really bloomed like a peach blossom. You dare to touch my woman. I will kill you. Yang Ming not only had the mentality of compensating Lin Jiyun, but when he saw Lin Jiyun, he couldn't help but have a desire to protect her from the bottom of his heart. Yes, it was a strong possessive desire to protect her, as if she was his property. Yang Ming didn't give up after hitting a bottle. He lifted his leg and kicked Wu Xinkai more than a meter away. Yang Ming's speed was more than enough to deal with Wu Xinkai, so before the others could react, Yang Ming had already completed his outburst. Wu Xinkai completely lost his combat power. Damn, both of you can forget about leaving today. Bai Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of sinister ruthlessness. Come, don't let them run away. In fact, without Bai Hai's words, all of Wu Xinkai's underlings in the bar had already surrounded them. Excuse me, excuse me. Xia Shui desperately squeezed her way over. Although Xia Shui and Yang Ming entered the bar one after the other, the light in the bar was dim, and the line of sight was not very clear. Xia Shui did not have Yang Ming's invincible X-ray vision. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming disappeared. Xia Shui could only look back and forth in the bar. Later, she heard the sound of fighting here, and she saw Yang Ming and the others. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Xia Shui frowned and asked. It's fine. It's just a little troublesome. These people won't let us go. Yang Ming said indifferently. Although he said that it was troublesome, he didn't see it as a problem at all. What's wrong? Another pretty girl? Then let's stay together. Bai Hai chuckled. Do it. Wait. Don't move. Xia Shui took out the pistol and pointed it at Bai Hai. I'm a police officer. What? Bai Hai was stunned. He didn't expect that the chick was actually a police officer, and she even took out a gun. It's a misunderstanding. At this time, Wu Xinkai got up from the ground and said quickly, Police officer, it's a misunderstanding. Please put away the gun first. Wu Xinkai was just a little punk. How would he dare to show off in front of the police? Seeing that the situation in front of him was unfavorable to him, he immediately began to smooth things over. Misunderstanding? Is it? Xia Shui said coldly. Disperse, disperse. It's fine, it's fine. Wu Xinkai quickly said to the little punks who surrounded him. Xia Shui snorted. She naturally knew what was going on with these little punks, but she couldn't arrest all of them. Since these people stopped, Xia Shui didn't care about them. She put away the pistol and found Lin Jiyun, who was squatting on the ground. Sister, are you okay? Xia Shui asked quickly. It's fine. My leg is a little swollen, said Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes as he glanced at Wu Xinkai. He didn't expect Wu Xinkai to look at him too. Moreover, Wu Xinkai was mouthing to him, You wait and see. Yang Ming smiled disdainfully. He pointed at Wu Xinkai and made a contemptuous gesture. He also mouthed, You're finished. It's you? Xia Shui was stunned. Her impression of Lin Jiyun was quite deep. This was the first victim she had contacted since she entered the criminal investigation team. Sister Xia Shui? Lin Jiyun was also stunned. You and him are together? Although Lin Jiyun said at the time that he was Yang Ming's boyfriend, Xia Shui intuitively felt that there must be something fishy. However, since the matter hadn't been prosecuted, and since the victim also asked for the case to be closed, Xia Shui didn't need to ask in detail. But now, seeing that Lin Jiyun really became Yang Ming's girlfriend, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. No, actually, Lin Jiyun stuttered. He still doesn't know about that. Can you not tell him? Xia Shui was stunned, and then she reacted to what Lin Jiyun was talking about. She was a little suspicious, but she still nodded. Okay, I will keep it a secret for you, but I'm a little curious. I want to know what happened. Okay, then, can you keep it a secret for me? Lin Jiyun asked. No problem. Xia Shui nodded. Do you two know each other? Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun and Xia Shui whispering there, and he felt a little strange. However, he didn't use his special ability to see what the two people were talking about, because he didn't think there would be anything special. Oh no, her leg was injured. I just asked her how she was. Xia Shui replied. Yang Ming frowned. Obviously, Xia Shui lied. Originally, Yang Ming asked unintentionally, but Xia Shui lied to him. Yang Ming already knew that the victim of that incident was Lin Jiyun. How could Xia Shui not know her? Previously, what did Lin Jiyun and Xia Shui whisper about? However, one thing that Yang Ming could be sure of was that Lin Jiyun definitely didn't want him to know that she was the victim of that incident. Therefore, since this was the case, Yang Ming didn't need to ask anymore. Let's go. Yang Ming asked, can we go? Do you want me to carry you? Yang Ming now really wanted to love Lin Jiyun. This girl could always touch a man's desire to protect her. I'm fine. Lin Jiyun just stood up carefully, and she almost fell to the ground again. Look at you. Don't force yourself. Yang Ming squatted down without any explanation. Then he patted his back and said, come up. Oh, Lin Jiyun didn't know why, but under Yang Ming's unquestionable tone, Lin Jiyun actually obediently leaned on Yang Ming's back. Feeling a soft woman's body lying on his own body, Yang Ming's heart moved for no reason. Although this wasn't the first time he had such close contact with Lin Jiyun, and the last time was even naked, but this was completely different. The last time was unconscious. What happened? What did he see? Yang Ming didn't remember. This time it was real. Feeling Lin Jiyun's breath, Lin Jiyun's heartbeat, and the faint fragrance from her body, Yang Ming was moved. Yang Ming stretched out his hands and gently held Lin Jiyun's buttocks. He only heard Lin Jiyun's soft moan, which made Yang Ming immediately have a physiological reaction. But fortunately, he had to bend over when carrying others, so it wouldn't be exposed. It couldn't be said that Yang Ming deliberately took advantage of Lin Jiyun, but if he didn't hold her buttocks while carrying her, he couldn't carry her steadily. Lin Jiyun also realized this, so she just moaned softly and didn't say anything else. I say, you too. Can you stop whispering sweet nothings to each other? Look at where you are. Xia Shui said anxiously. Damn, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Xia Shui's words made Yang Ming embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly and carried Lin Jiyun to the door of the bar. Lin Jiyun was behind Yang Ming, so naturally, he couldn't see her expression. However, Lin Jiyun's embarrassment was no less than Yang Ming's. Yang Ming carried Lin Jiyun to Xia Shui's police car and then carefully put her in the seat. When he got up, he accidentally hit his head on the roof of the car. Are you okay? Lin Jiyun asked with concern. I'm fine. Yang Ming grimaced and touched his head. Fortunately, there wasn't a big bump. Do you need to go to the hospital? Xia Shui also got in the car and asked. No, I'm fine. Yang Ming said with slight emotion. He didn't expect this violent girl to care about him. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Lin Jiyun. Xia Shui rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, do you still need to go to the hospital when you hit your head? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seems that I'm thinking too much. The good impression I just had for Xia Shui was instantly shattered. No need, Sister Xia Shui. Lin Jiyun also shook her head. Just go home and apply some medicine. Oh, that's fine too. Where is your home? I'll take you home first. Xia Shui nodded and said, Little Li Drive. Chapter 333. After sending Lin Jiyun to her home, Yang Ming still carried Lin Jiyun back. Xia Shui stayed in the car. Yang Ming didn't let her get out. Later, can you not tell my mother how I got hurt? I'm afraid that she will be worried. Lin Jiyun whispered. It's fine if you don't tell her, but the key is you. How'd you go to that kind of place? It's so dangerous. Yang Ming said with some blame. If I couldn't get there in time, what if there was an accident? I didn't expect Guxin Yao to take me to that kind of place. Lin Jiyun whispered, sorry. I made you worry. What are you sorry for? It's not your fault. Yang Ming shook his head. But next time, you have to be smarter, okay? I think that Guxin Yao probably didn't have good intentions. She was the one who asked you to buy something last time, right? And Lin Jiyun nodded. Her chin knocked on Yang Ming's back, making Yang Ming feel very comfortable. Humph. That woman is the type who is looking for trouble. Yang Ming said with some disdain. Lin Jiyun didn't know how to answer, so she could only keep silent. Right, if she dares to trouble you again, especially her two friends. If they dare to harass you again, just tell me. I will kill them. Yang Ming said coldly. Thank you. Yang Ming, really? Lin Jiyun was a little touched. Suddenly, she even felt that Yang Ming was like her real boyfriend. He carried her, blamed her, and cared about her. She also enjoyed this feeling. Could it be that she had fallen in love with him? Impossible, no way. Lin Jiyun quickly shook her head and dispelled this idea. Yang Ming already has a girlfriend. I can't get involved in this. Lin Jiyun secretly warned herself. What are you thanking me for? Aren't you my girlfriend? Yang Ming said shamelessly. Taking advantage of me. Lin Jiyun complained to Yang Ming, but she wasn't displeased. Hee, we're almost home. Wouldn't I be able to quickly get into the zone, so as to avoid exposing ourselves? Yang Ming laughed. Nonsense. Lin Jiyun said in her heart, I'm so close to you now. You even did it behind my back. How can my mother doubt it? Sure enough, Xin Yueping didn't doubt the relationship between the two people. When she saw Yang Ming carrying Lin Jiyun back, she just asked with concern, Yang Ming, what happened to Yin Air? Auntie Shun, June, accidentally touched her leg during the physical education class today. Yang Ming simply found a reason to explain. Thinking back to the time when he asked for leave in front of Chun Mingyin to skip class, he was full of lies and could easily come out of his mouth. Thinking of Chun Mingyin, Yang Ming felt a stab of pain in his heart. After all, when I was with Chun Mingyin, that was the real feeling of love. Yang Ming couldn't forget the passion they had in the cinema when they were in high school and the pure love they had at the beginning of their university. Are you okay, Yin Air? Xin Yueping's words pulled back Yang Ming's thoughts. Yang Ming put Yin Air on the sofa. Yin Air, look at how good Yang Ming is to you. He actually sent you back behind your back. Yang Ming, Yin Air isn't heavy, right? She's not heavy at all. It's okay. Isn't this what I should do? Yang Ming said with a smile. Right? Yang Ming, stay here for dinner tonight. I've stewed pork ribs and potatoes. Xin Yueping said. No, Auntie Shun, I still have something to do. Yang Ming said quickly. Then you can come back to eat after you're done. Xin Yueping said unwillingly. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. You must come and eat. I'll make you share later. Xin Yueping said. Okay, then I'll come over later. Yang Ming had to nod with a bitter smile. But to be honest, Yang Ming also wanted to get closer to Lin Jiyun's family. Then it's a promise. Xin Yueping said. Yang Ming went out of Lin Jiyun's house and got in his Xia Shui's police car. Then he said, Let's go, Officer Xia. Let's go back to the police station to accept the investigation with you. You're sensible. Xia Shui nodded and said to the driver, Shall Li, drive back to the police station. When they arrived at the police station, it was still the same interrogation room. Name? Gender? Occupation? Xia Shui asked. I say, Officer Xia, don't you have all my information? You have asked me twice before, right? Yang Ming said helplessly as he spread his hands. Don't talk nonsense. Say it quickly. Xia Shui said in a bad mood. Yang Ming male. Yang Ming said his information again. Where did you get this motorcycle? Xia Shui asked. I spent 500 yuan to buy it from someone else. Yang Ming began to talk nonsense. 500? This motorcycle is only worth 500? Is it a stolen motorcycle? Xia Shui asked with a glare. Please, how would I know what motorcycle it is? I just bought it today. On the road near the school. I bought it from a young man with yellow hair. Yang Ming said, Why did you buy the motorcycle? Xia Shui asked. You also saw it. At that time, it was commuting time. The taxi was still waiting. Yang Ming shrugged and said, I was trying to save my girlfriend. I asked the young man who rode the motorcycle if he could give me a ride. In the end, he said that he would sell the motorcycle to me for 500 yuan. I was in a hurry, so I didn't say much to him and bought it. Is that so? Xia Shui listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded. Yang Ming said it in an orderly manner. There were no flaws at all. Besides, Xia Shui didn't think of Yang Ming as a robber. She just thought that he suddenly rode a motorcycle and rode it so fast. It was a little suspicious. Now that the reason was clear, there was no need to continue. This motorcycle is most likely stolen. Moreover, Songjiang City banned motorcycles on the road. I will seize this motorcycle first. Xia Shui said. Really? My 500 yuan is gone? Yang Ming pretended to be sad and said, It's good that you aren't fined. Xia Shui snorted. Then can I go? Asked Yang Ming. Yes. Xia Shui nodded. Did I just make a trip for nothing? Yang Ming said helplessly. Couldn't you ask clearly just now? Why? Do you have an opinion? Do you believe that I will continue to ask you? Xia Shui said with a glare. Police officer Xia, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. It is better to make it clear. Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to make things clear. Otherwise, this Xia Shui would always cause trouble for him. What misunderstanding? You molested me last time. Is that a misunderstanding? Xia Shui said coldly. How is it that I molested you? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, you kicked me first, and then I was accidentally pulled by you. That's why I fell on you. What does that have to do with molestation? I don't care. Anyway, you pushed me down, said Xia Shui. Huh? Push you down? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Xia Shui. Does this lady really not know, or is she pretending not to know? Can a word pushed be simply said? Isn't it? Asked Xia Shui. I think this then it is. Yang Ming was completely helpless by Xia Shui. You see, you admit that you pushed me down. Xia Shui said proudly. I have recorded your words with a mini tape recorder. I'm not afraid that you won't admit it next time. What? You recorded it? Yang Ming was surprised to see the small tape recorder in Xia Shui's hand that was used to collect evidence. Are you scared? Yang Ming, I have something on you. Xia Shui took out the tape from the tape recorder and shook it in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was completely defeated by Xia Shui. He had to say, Well, what do you want? And let me think. Xia Shui didn't have a deep hatred with Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming asked her what she wanted, she really didn't know how to punish Yang Ming. If she beat him up, this kid would definitely complain to Captain Chun and say that she beat him up. Then, she would be punished. She couldn't do such a stupid thing. Xia Shui still didn't realize that she actually couldn't beat Yang Ming at all. Why don't you treat me to a meal? Xia Shui thought for a long time and finally came up with a way to make Yang Ming spend money. Treat you to a meal? Okay, no problem. Yang Ming nodded quickly. As long as you don't treat me as a suspect next time. Treating you to a meal is nothing. No. When Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming agreed so easily, she immediately felt that she was at a disadvantage. She quickly said, 2 meals. No. 3 meals. No, 5 meals. Is 10 meals okay? Yang Ming looked at the insatiable Xia Shui and said unhappily, 10 meals? No. Eat until I'm satisfied. Xia Shui finally said something shocking. Chapter 334. Damn, are you using me as a long-term meal ticket? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, this Xia Shui really dares to say anything. You pushed me in the front, and now you're using me as a long-term meal ticket? Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand? That's probably what I meant. Xia Shui nodded without thinking. She really fainted. Yang Ming was speechless. Does she really not understand? Or is she pretending to be stupid? But looking at her expression, she probably doesn't understand. Otherwise, as a girl, there is probably a limit to what she can say and what she can't say, right? Why? Do you want to regret it? Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and thought that he regretted it. No, then that's it. You can eat as long as you want. Yang Ming said helplessly. Yang Ming, don't forget what you said. Xia Shui saw Yang Ming's sad face and thought that Yang Ming was heartbroken, so she was even happier. I won't forget. Yang Ming nodded. Can I go now? Sure. Do you want to spend the night with me? I'm on duty tonight. Why don't you stay with me? Xia Shui said casually. Ugh. Huh? Yang Ming staggered and almost fell to the ground. Ruthless. This Xia Shui is definitely a ruthless person. What's wrong? Let me tell you, Yang Ming, it's useless for you to pretend to be pitiful. The evidence of you pushing me is already in my hands. If you don't treat me to a meal, I will announce it. Xia Shui threatened. Gudong, Yang Ming missed a step, and his head hit the door directly. Yang Ming didn't care much about the motorcycle anyway. It was just that the police station was still a distance away from Lin Jiyun's home. Yang Ming looked at the time. He had been out for more than an hour. Ani Shun must have already prepared the meal, so Yang Ming reached out and stopped a taxi. He went straight to the direction of Shantytown. "Young man, are you working at the police station?" The commute time hadn't passed yet. There were more cars on the road, so the driving speed was relatively slow. "No, I came to see a friend," Yang Ming said. "Is it your girlfriend?" The driver seemed to be a gossiper. Yang Ming didn't comment and smiled. He was in a hurry. He didn't have the mood to chat with this gossipy uncle. "My niece is also working at the police station. Maybe we know each other." The driver continued. "Right, my niece is called Xia Shui. Do you know her?" "What? Xia Shui?" Yang Ming was shocked. He stared at the taxi driver. "Xia Shui is your niece?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Young man, are you Xia Shui's boyfriend?" When the driver saw Yang Ming's expression, he asked curiously. No, I want to see Xia Shui, but we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend." Yang Ming was afraid that the driver would misunderstand, so he quickly said. But after Yang Ming said it, he regretted it. Wasn't he just admitting that he was hiding something? Couldn't he just say that he didn't know Xia Shui? A mistake. I hope this gossipy uncle doesn't misunderstand. I understand. Don't worry, young man. I will keep his secret for you. I won't tell Xia Shui's parents," the driver uncle said. Yang Ming knew that the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be, so he simply shut his mouth. "Young man, are you embarrassed?" "This can't be. I know Xia Shui's temper. With your introverted personality, you will suffer in the future," the driver uncle continued. "I'm on the side of reason, not family. What I said was the truth. I watched that child grow up. She was like a boy since she was young. So, if you want to subdue her, you must be stronger than her." "I know, uncle," Yang Ming said helplessly. "You mean that if a woman doesn't hit for 3 days, she will become a troublemaker? Is that what you mean?" Yes, almost." The driver uncle nodded. "That's probably what I mean. But don't tell Xia Shui that this is what I said." "Don't worry. I won't say it," Yang Ming said with a smile. As a result, this driver uncle probably wouldn't talk nonsense when he went back. Along the way, the driver uncle kept nagging. Yang Ming could only smile at him for the time being. This person is Xia Shui's uncle. I have to give him some face, right? Finally, the car stopped at the alley of Lin Jiyun's house in Shantytown. Yang Ming paid the fare and quickly got off the car. His ears finally had some peace. When he came to Lin Jiyun's house, Shun Yueping happened to be serving rice. When she saw Yang Ming, she quickly greeted. "Yang Ming is here. Quickly find a place to sit. Don't be an outsider. We're family." "Okay, Ani Shun." Yang Ming nodded quickly and said, "Do you want me to help you serve the rice?" "No need. You just sit down. It's almost time to eat. You go and help Yun air out," Shun Yueping said. "She's resting in the leftmost room." "Okay, I'll go now." Yang Ming nodded and said. Yang Ming found the innermost room according to Shun Yueping's instructions. He didn't think much about it. He didn't even knock on the door and went in, Yang Ming was stunned. He saw a scene that almost made him vomit blood. Lin Jiyun was taking off her clothes at the moment. Moreover, she was taking off her bra. Half of her bra was taken off. A big white rabbit jumped into Yang Ming's eyes. Lin Jiyun was also stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly push the door and come in. This was her own home, so Lin Jiyun didn't care so much. She felt that the clothes on her body weren't very comfortable. She was going to change into pajamas. Anyway, her mother was cooking outside. There were no outsiders at home. Lin Jiyun didn't have so many taboos. Who would have thought that Yang Ming would come in? "Ugh, that June. Ani Shun asked you to go and eat." Since he had already seen it, Yang Ming simply said it. Lin Jiyun's mind was in a state of stagnation. Now that she heard Yang Ming's words, she reacted. He was looking at her, and he saw everything. Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun yelling and was shocked. He quickly ran over and covered Lin Jiyun's mouth with his hand. "Ooh." Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in horror. She didn't know what he was going to do. Could it be that when he saw her naked, he was lustful and wanted to do something. Lin Jiyun's heart began to beat wildly. Don't scream. Your mother is outside. If you scream so loudly, wouldn't she be exposed? Yang Ming said anxiously. We have both slept together. Let's see what will happen. Of course, Yang Ming's words had a double meaning. He was referring to the fact that Shen Yueping already knew about the relationship between the two of them. Secretly, he was letting Lin Jiyun feel relieved. The two of them did have a relationship, so there was no harm in taking a look. Sure enough, after Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words, she stopped screaming and calmed down a lot. In fact, Lin Jiyun also thought about this. She had already done it with him. Even if he saw it, it wasn't a big deal. So, Lin Jiyun didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Anyway, she had already suffered once. The second time wouldn't count. Even though Yang Ming's reaction was fast, Lin Jiyun's scream was still heard by Shen Yueping. Yinair, was it you just now? What happened to you? Shen Yueping wore an apron and pushed the door into Lin Jiyun's room. Yang Ming reacted quickly. He quickly pulled up the quilt beside the bed and covered Lin Jiyun. Mom, it's nothing. Yang Ming and I are messing around. Lin Jiyun explained with a blush. Shen Yueping glanced at the singlet that her daughter took off on the bed and saw that Lin Jiyun was wrapped in the quilt. She thought, my daughter must be naked. AI, these two young people don't know how to avoid it. They just keep messing around at home. However, for this kind of thing, Shen Yueping couldn't say much as an elder. She coughed twice and said, the meal is ready. Let's go and eat. Okay, Mom, you go first. Yang Ming and I will be there soon. Lin Jiyun felt that her face was burning. It was probably already red, right? Although Lin Jiyun had already told her mother that she had sex with Yang Ming, it was one thing to tell her. It was another thing to be caught by her mother on the spot. Okay, then you two hurry up. There's still time after the meal. Besides, Yang Ming, Yun Air's leg is injured today. You two shouldn't do any strenuous exercise. Shen Yueping insinuated a few words and left the room. It's all your fault. After Shen Yueping left, Lin Jiyun complained. What does this have to do with me? Who knew that you were undressing in the room? Yang Ming said with an innocent look. I am at home, in my own room. What's wrong with me undressing? Lin Jiyun said with a pout. Okay, I didn't see anything. Let's go and eat. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Then you turn around. I want to change my clothes. Lin Jiyun glared at Yang Ming and said. Chapter 335. Yang Ming laughed twice and turned around. But in his heart, if I want to see it, it's useless even if you wear clothes. But I'm a gentleman. If I want to see it, I will see it openly. One day, I will make you willingly let me see it. Lin Jiyun put on a set of pajamas and got off the bed. Aya, the injured part of her calf, was affected. Lin Jiyun screamed and almost fell to the ground. Yang Ming quickly turned around and held Lin Jiyun's lower abdomen. Yang Ming only held it because he saw it. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he held it a little higher or lower. Although Lin Jiyun and I have been intimate, it's obvious that Lin Jiyun isn't willing to admit it. Yang Ming didn't know what Lin Jiyun was thinking, but since she wasn't willing to admit it, it meant that she didn't want to have a close relationship with him. So, Yang Ming couldn't go too far. Not only would Lin Jiyun look down on him and think that he was taking advantage of her, but it wouldn't be good for the future development of their relationship. Be careful. Are you okay? Yang Ming held it just right and let go of his hand. And it's still a little painful. Lin Jiyun frowned. Come on, lean on me. Yang Ming let Lin Jiyun lean on his side, and then one hand naturally hugged her waist. Lin Jiyun was a little overwhelmed by Yang Ming's intimate action. Today, I seem to be a little too intimate with him, right? Lin Jiyun thought so, but isn't this a special situation? When my leg is healed, I won't be so intimate anymore. Lin Jiyun comforted herself. So, the two were like a couple snuggling up to each other as they walked to the living room. Because Lin Jiyun's leg wasn't very flexible, the center of gravity of the whole person was on Yang Ming's body. Because she didn't wear a bra under her pajamas, the softness in front of Lin Jiyun's chest naturally touched Yang Ming's body. Although it was already early winter and he was wearing a thick woolen coat, The soft jade beside him still made Yang Ming somewhat uneasy. Shen Yueping didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the two of them. When she saw them coming out, she quickly greeted them. "Come and sit down. The meal is ready." "Auntie Shun, where's Uncle Lin?" Yang Ming found it strange that Lin Jiyun's father, Lin Chongqing, wasn't at home. She had thought that he had gone out and would be back soon, but it was already dinner time and she still hadn't seen him, so she asked curiously. "Oh, you're talking about old Lin? He found a job and went to the provincial capital to do some business. He might not be back for a few days," said Shen Yueping. I see. Let's eat." Yang Ming nodded and said. He had to admit that Shen Yueping's cooking skills were excellent. The pork ribs and potatoes were stewed just right. Yang Ming praised. "Auntie Shun, your cooking skills are really good." "Hee, Yang Ming, you're wrong." Shen Yueping smiled and shook her head. "If you like this taste, you can eat it orally in the future." "What do you mean?" Yang Ming was stunned. Lin Jiyun's face was red. "My little girl, Yaner, is better at cooking than me." Shen Yueping smiled and said, "When her leg is better, let her cook for you." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded quickly. "I must try it." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. "How is this nonsense?" Shen Yueping said, "You are better at cooking than me. Besides, didn't Mom tell you before? To keep a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach." "Aya." Lin Jiyun's face was as red as a small lantern. "Mom, don't talk about it." Hee, you're still embarrassed?" Shen Yueping said jokingly. "Why didn't you think about being embarrassed when you two were whispering sweet nothings on the bed?" Lin Jiyun was so shy that she almost buried her head under the table. "Then I won't talk about it. Let's eat." Seeing that her daughter was really shy, Shen Yueping stopped talking. "Jiyun, your leg is injured. Eat more meat." Yang Ming gave Lin Jiyun a piece of pork ribs. "Thank you." Lin Jiyun knew that Yang Ming cared about her, and he also wanted to show his concern in front of her mother. So, Lin Jiyun didn't refuse. She thanked him and ate silently. When people were old, their memory wasn't very good. Shen Yueping just stopped for a while, and her old habit came up again. "Yang Ming, Auntie knows about you and Yaner, but you young people are more impulsive. Auntie has been through it before. I have to remind you that you have to be prepared for everything. Don't fight an unprepared war." "What?" Yang Ming didn't understand. "Auntie, what are you talking about?" "War?" Yang Ming didn't understand, but Lin Jiyun understood. Previously, her mother had said these words more than 3 times. She was a little familiar with it. "Forget it. Let Yun Er talk to you later." As an elder, Shen Yueping couldn't be too explicit. Since Yang Ming didn't understand, she could only let her daughter talk to him. "Jiyun, what I told you, did you tell Yang Ming?" No. Lin Jiyun shook her head. "This is a serious matter. It's related to your lifelong happiness. You can't be careless." Shen Yueping said, "Let's do it this way. After dinner, you take Yang Ming to your room to play and talk about that matter. I will clean the dishes." Although Shen Yueping wasn't the kind of person who supported her daughter's premarital sex, what else could she do? What should have happened had happened. The only thing she could do now was to remind them to pay attention to their safety. Shen Yueping also knew that it was impossible to stop this kind of thing. She was also an experienced person. She knew that it was unrealistic for young people who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time to stop. So since she couldn't stop it, she could only guide it correctly. Yang Ming was confused. What lifelong happiness can't be careless? It wasn't good to ask now. He could only ask Lin Jiyun later. After dinner, Yang Ming was ready to help Shen Yueping wash the dishes, but he was rejected by Shen Yueping. She asked him to accompany Lin Jiyun. In fact, there were only 3 bowls and chopsticks, so it was easy to clean them up. So, Yang Ming didn't refuse anymore. He helped Lin Jiyun back to the room. "Jiyun, what did your mother mean just now?" After entering the room, Yang Ming asked Lin Jiyun to sit on the bed, and then he sat on the opposite chair. "On nothing." Lin Jiyun shook her head with a strange look. "Nothing?" Yang Ming was even more baffled. "Jiyun, are you hiding something from me?" No. How can I hide it from you?" Lin Jiyun said quickly. "No, there must be something. If you don't say it, I will ask Auntie Shun." Yang Ming said as he was about to get up. It wasn't that Yang Ming was curious, but the matter was too strange. This mother and daughter both wanted to say something, but stopped. Could there be any conspiracy? You don't go. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly stopped him. I will tell you. Then you say it. Yang Ming nodded. Actually, my mother meant for us to pay attention to safety. Lin Jiyun stuttered. Pay attention to safety? Yang Ming was even more inexplicable. Why don't we pay attention to safety? It's that time. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming didn't give up. She had no choice but to explain. That? Yang Ming's mouth was wide open. This time he understood. When Lin Jiyun said that, Yang Ming understood what was going on. Then what do you think? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What do I think? I didn't do that with you, Lin Jiyun said with a red face. Yang Ming, can you not talk about this? Okay, then I won't talk about it. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Let's talk about it in the future. In the future? Lin Jiyun bit her teeth. This Yang Ming only knows how to take advantage of me. What does he mean by in the future? Does he mean that I can do that with him in the future? However, Lin Jiyun didn't want to be serious with Yang Ming. If Yang Ming didn't mean that, wouldn't she be thinking too much? In fact, Yang Ming really meant that. But even if Lin Jiyun was serious, he wouldn't admit it. Right, Yang Ming, can you do me a favor? Lin Jiyun suddenly thought of something and said to Yang Ming, Help? Tell me, what is it? When Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was talking about something serious, he put away his joking expression and asked seriously. Chapter 336. Can you help me with a few tutoring classes? Lin Jiyun asked. Substitute classes? Why? Yang Ming didn't understand. Tutoring isn't a normal school. It's okay to miss a few classes, right? Besides, look at my level. Can I substitute for you? You're also a college student. Why can't you? Besides, didn't you graduate from number 4 high school? Number 4 high school is also a good school. Lin Jiyun said, In fact, this is the case. I just called my family and told them that I hurt my leg and had to stop tutoring a few times. But the child in that family is about to take the final exam, so his parents don't want to relax. I had no choice, so I promised them to recommend another person to substitute for the class. His parents agreed? Asked Yang Ming. They believe in me. Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Yang Ming was stunned. Asking a problem student like me to be a tutor? What an international joke. Am I really okay? Asked Yang Ming as he scratched his head. It shouldn't be a problem to teach a junior high school student, right? Lin Jiyun smiled. Well, since you have promised them, then I will reluctantly do it. Yang Ming said, but don't blame me if you teach wrong. Yang Ming asked for the junior high school student's home address and then wrote it down on a piece of paper. He definitely couldn't go today. Yang Ming was going to go tomorrow, but this was not easy to do. Wasn't he leading the child astray? After asking Lin Jiyun about the precautions and the progress of the child's course, Yang Ming's heart was a little more confident. It was all knowledge from the second year of junior high school. His academic performance at that time was still very good. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Jiyun also gave Yang Ming a tutorial book for teaching and asked Yang Ming to go back and do a simple preview. In front of a very remote castle on the edge of a small town in Europe, an old man looked at everything here with bright eyes. 40 years. I haven't been here for 40 years. The old man said faintly. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is private property. If there's nothing else, please leave immediately. A young Asian man walked over to the old man and spoke in Italian. Fearing that the old man would not understand, he repeated it in French and English. Can you speak Chinese? The old man asked directly in Chinese. Are you from China? The young Asian man was stunned and replied in Chinese. Tell your patriarch that his old friend is here, the old man said indifferently. How should I address you, sir? The young yellow man's expression also became much more respectful. There were very few Chinese here, so the person in front of him was probably an old friend of the family head. King of Assassins. The old man glanced at the young Asian and grinned. When the young yellow-skinned man heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but tremble. As a member of the butterfly family, it was impossible for him not to know the name of the King of Assassins. You are Senior Fong? The young Asian man said respectfully, I am Wang Sun Feng from the butterfly family. And Fong Tian nodded and said, Go and report to your patriarch. Please wait a moment, Senior Fong. Wang Sun Feng bowed and ran in to report. Not long after, the castle's doors were all opened. An old man about the same age as Fong Tian came out to greet him. Fong Tian, it's really you. Umph. Wang Songzhan, you're quite healthy. You're alive and kicking. I thought you were dead. Fong Tian made a rare joke. Bullshit. I'm fine. If I were to die, you would die first. Wang Songzhan immediately scolded back. Some of the family's children behind, Wang Songzhan looked at the usually solemn and serious family master in astonishment. What happened today? Why was he scolding an old man like a hooligan? I'm very healthy. Why aren't you inviting me in? Fong Tian laughed. If you want to go in yourself. It's not like you don't have legs. But Kid Fong, didn't you say that you would never step into the butterfly family again? Wang Songzhan said sarcastically. That was what I said to your father before he died. Now that he's dead, what I said naturally doesn't count. Fong Tian shook his head and said, Fong Tian, I shouldn't have let you in at all. Do you know? Wang Songzhan said as he walked. I'm in charge now, so I'll let it go. If it were my father, he would definitely kick you out. Are you still brooding over that? Fong Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not that I'm brooding over it, but you broke the rules. You broke a rule that has been in place for hundreds of years. Wang Songzhan said, the previous king of assassins was the son-in-law of the butterfly family. You should know this, right? Your master was one, and so was your master's master. When it came to you, you actually ran away secretly. Brat Wang, we grew up together. Don't you know my character? I already had someone I liked before. How could you let me marry your sister? Besides, she doesn't like me. Fong Tian said, but the rules can't be changed. You should know that. Wang Songzhan emphasized. The rules have been changed. What do you want to do? Fong Tian said with a fearless look. AI, do you have a successor? Kid Fong, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider this problem. Wang Songzhan sighed and said, I've already found a successor. Why? Are you thinking about my precious disciple? Let him marry into your butterfly family? Fong Tian laughed. I say, Kid Fong, you're not so kind. I thought you came to see me because you missed me. It turns out that it's because of your precious disciple. Wang Songzhan shook his head and said, You have a good plan. You know that I only have one daughter. If you let your disciple marry my daughter, do you want to take over our butterfly family? Weren't you the one who said that there were no rules? If that's the case, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Fong Tian looked as if he had Wang Songzhan in his grasp. Where's your disciple? I need to observe for a while. Wang Songzhan hesitated and said, I can't tell you this now. Let's talk about it later. Fong Tian shook his head and said, I'm here for a serious matter. Give me some of the latest guns and training equipment. Think of a way to smuggle them back. Kid Fong, are you kidding me? Smuggle them back. Do you think I have anywhere door? Wang Songzhan said with a glare. I don't care. I'll leave this to you. Fong Tian boasted shamelessly. To be honest, I haven't seen what your daughter looks like. My disciple's standards are very high. Don't be so ugly. Then I can only arrange for you to be a servant girl or something like that. Get out of here, Wang Songzhan said fiercely. I'm afraid that your disciple has supernatural skills. In the previous world's assassin rankings, the first few spots were occupied by the butterfly family. However, the first place was an independent individual, the king of assassins. Many people didn't understand why the butterfly family tolerated a person who didn't belong to their organization to ride on their head. In fact, what people didn't know was that the king of assassins and the butterfly family actually had a deep relationship. The king of assassins of the past was the son-in-law of the butterfly family. Of course, this could also be regarded as a kind of marriage, a bridge that restricted each other. It wasn't known when it started, but now this had become a rule. Of course, the king of assassins of the past didn't necessarily only have one wife from the butterfly family. However, the one with a reputation must be from the butterfly family. It was precisely because of this that the butterfly family and the king of assassins coexisted subtly. It was even more so in Fong Tian's generation. When Fong Tian was receiving training, he had stayed in the butterfly family for a long time. He was originally engaged to the daughter of the butterfly family's master at that time, who was also Wang Songshan's sister. However, during a mission, Fong Tian fell in love with an ordinary woman. Fong Tian gave up his career as an assassin for her. He concealed his identity in Songjiang and lived a normal life. This made the butterfly family's master at that time very angry. He sent Wang Songshan to look for Fong Tian. Wang Songshan found Fong Tian with great difficulty. In the end, he saw that Fong Tian was already married. Moreover, Fong Tian also said that as long as Wang Songshan's father was the master of the family, he would never step into the butterfly family. In the end, Fong Tian was dissatisfied with the forced marriage. Wang Songshan and Fong Tian had a good relationship, so Wang Songshan didn't force him and returned to the family to report. Chapter 337. Right, little brat Wang, where's your sister? Fong Tian asked Wang Songshan at the butterfly family's private dinner. She's already married. Do you expect her to be a widow for you? Wang Songshan rolled his eyes at Fong Tian. That's not it. I know that she's married, and I'm relieved. Otherwise, wouldn't I be harming her? Fong Tian shook his head and said, the person my sister married is much better than you. He's the heir to the Hutu's family's patriarch. Wang Songshan said, I don't care who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Tian snorted. Little brat Fong, I heard that you enter the detention center later. What happened? With your skills, it shouldn't be a problem for you to escape from the detention center, right? Wang Songshan asked curiously. I did it on purpose. I was looking for someone. Fong Tian said faintly. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Wang Songshan asked curiously. You don't know him. He's a schemer. Fong Tian said. Little brat Fong, when did you become so deep? Wang Songshan said sarcastically. Hee, we're not young anymore. Are you like this in front of others? Fong Tian laughed. Of course not. Wang Songshan also laughed. Seeing you reminds me of the things when we were young. I really miss it. Yeah, 40 years have passed in a flash. We're both old. Fong Tian nodded in agreement. How long are you going to stay here? Wang Songshan asked. Not necessarily. I have to look for that person's whereabouts. Fong Tian said. The person who caused you to enter the detention center? Wang Songshan asked. Wasn't that person shot? He's not the mastermind behind the scenes. There's someone else behind the scenes. Fong Tian said. Who is it? Wang Songshan asked. I'm not sure. Fong Tian shook his head. That's why I'm still looking. Up to you. Just let me know if you need help. Wang Songshan nodded and said. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's have a drink. Fong Tian raised his glass, and the two of them clinked together. When Yang Ming returned to the dormitory, it was already very late. As soon as he entered the room, Tian Donghua greeted him and said very lasciviously, Yang Ming, there was a beauty looking for you just now. It seems that your relationship with you is not ordinary. Beautiful woman? Yang Ming was stunned. Don't listen to his nonsense. Teacher Zhaoying is here to look for you. Zhang Bin said, she seemed to be looking for you. Seeing that you were not here, she left her phone number and asked you to call her when you came back. Zhao Ying? Yang Ming's heart moved. He was going to find Zhao Ying, so he quickly asked, what's the phone number? Here. Zhang Bin handed a note to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at it. It was indeed Zhao Ying's handwriting. Yang Ming was already very familiar with that beautiful handwriting. There were countless times after school that Zhao Ying used this handwriting to mark his exercises for him. Looking at the note in front of him, Yang Ming was filled with emotion. He nodded to Zhang Bin and got up to go back to his room. What happened to him? Tian Donghua asked strangely. What is love? That Zhao Ying is our high school math teacher. She and Yang Ming. Zhang Bin shook his head as he said this. Damn, it can't be. Teacher? Yang Ming is so badass that he even has a relationship with a teacher? Tian Donghua's face was filled with disbelief. Yang Ming tried to calm down his mood. He dialed the number on the note with his mobile phone. The phone was connected. After 2 rings, there was a familiar voice on the other side. Hello. Hello. Sister Ing, I am Yongming. Yongming took a deep breath and said. However, he could feel that his heart was beating faster. His hand that was holding the phone was shaking unconsciously. Yongming, you are back. Zhao Ling heard Yongming's voice and said with some surprise. Yeah, I just came back. Zhang Bin said that you came to find me. Yongming said. And I want to find you. Right, do you know? I am now a graduate student at Songjiang Industry University. Zhao Ling said. I know. I want to see Teacher Li that day and heard her mention it. Yongming nodded and said. He didn't know why, but he and Zhao Ling suddenly had a very strange feeling. Is it because we haven't contacted each other for a long time? Or am I deliberately avoiding something? Or is this just my own illusion? Are you free tomorrow? Come out and meet me? Zhao Ing asked. Sister Ing, where is that Jin Gang? After a long time of depression, Yongming finally asked this question. Yes, since the time he saw Zhao Ing and Jin Gang walking together on the street. Yongming's heart had been like a big stone that was blocked. Yes, it is Jin Gang. Yongming figured it out. The reason for the gap in his relationship with Zhao Ing was Jin Gang. Jin Gang? Is he still teaching at school? Zhao Ing was a bit puzzled why Yongming asked this. Why did you suddenly mention him? Sister Ing, aren't you with Jin Gang? Yongming was also a bit puzzled. Listening to Zhao Ying's words, it seemed that she had nothing to do with Jin Gang. Together with him? I can't wait to hate him. How can I be with him? Zhao Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, the last time you were on the commercial street, you and him, Yongming asked hesitantly. You mean that time? The school sent the two of us to order the freshmen's uniforms. Zhao Ying's heart was warm. It seems that Yongming still cares about me because he is jealous. He is jealous of Jin Gang. However, then Zhao Ying was a bit sad. So what if Yongming cares about me? Now, with Chen Mingyan in front of me, even if Yongming cares about me, he can't abandon Chen Mingyan to be with me. It's like this. Yongming took a deep breath. The depression in his heart that couldn't be eliminated disappeared in an instant. Then, what do you want? After the two of them spoke a few words, it seemed that they found the feeling of bickering in the past. There is no longer the previous feeling of unfamiliarity. Sister Ing, I want to see you. Yongming hesitated and suddenly said, See me? Now. Zhao Ing was stunned and asked, Yes, now. Yongming said firmly. In Yongming's heart, the feelings of longing burst out in an instant. It's very late. I want to sleep, Zhao Ing said. In the past, at this time, the two of us used to study together. Yongming said, Well, where? Zhao Ing sighed. She did miss Yongming. You know, the reason why she applied for graduate school was entirely for Yongming. However, she thought of things too simply before. After she saw Chen Mingyan, she realized how complicated things were. There were already 3 women beside Yongming. I'm in the dormitory. Where are you? Asked Yongming. How about this? You wait for me at the warehouse in front of the dormitory. Zhao Ing said. 10 minutes later, Yongming saw Zhao Ing at the warehouse not far from the dormitory. Zhao Ing was still so pure and beautiful. Compared to the original sex appeal, Zhao Ing now had more of a student's aura. She seemed to be full of youthful energy. Sister Ing, Yongming quickly greeted her. Yongming, you've matured. Zhao Ing looked at Yongming from head to toe. After a while, she murmured, You've grown up. Sister Ing, I miss you. Yongming said bluntly. And I miss you too. You're a younger brother, so you still remember your sister? Zhao Ing deliberately positioned the relationship between the two as a brother and sister. Of course, I've never forgotten you. Yongming handed over a paper bag and said, Here, Sister Ing. This is a set of jewelry that I bought for you in Hong Kong. Yongming didn't care about the title of brother and sister. How about sister? With the example of Shaoqing, the fucking sister, Yongming felt that it was better to be a brother and sister. Wasteful spending. Zhao Ing smiled and took Yongming's gift. How is it? Is your university life okay? And it's more relaxed than high school. There's nothing to do in a day. Yongming nodded and said, Sister Ing, why do you want to go to graduate school? Isn't it good to be a teacher in high school? Hee hee, if I said that I was worried about you as a younger brother, so I followed you, would you believe me? Zhao Ying deliberately said with a joking tone. Yes. Yang Ming nodded and suddenly turned his head. He stared at Zhao Ying's eyes and asked, Sister Ying, tell me the truth. Are you really doing this for me? Zhao Ying's heart was throbbing when Yang Ming looked at her. She shook her head and swallowed the word yes that was about to come out of her mouth. She smiled and said, I was just joking with you. Did you take it seriously? I think that I should learn more while I'm still young. He. Yang Ming laughed twice. It seemed that he had misunderstood. Chapter 338. Did you have a fight with Qinming Yin? Zhao Ying asked. Sort of. Have you seen her? Yang Ming nodded. He naturally wouldn't say that he sent Zhang Bin to follow her. That would be too dirty. And I saw her 2 days ago. After that, I've been wanting to talk to you. Zhao Ying said faintly. Let's find a place to sit. It's winter. We can't just stand here stupidly, right? It's so cold. That's right. Why don't we find a coffee shop or something? Yang Ming suggested. Okay, but you lead the way. I'm still a freshman. I'm not familiar with this area. Zhao Ying was like a child. She tiptoed and looked around. Let's go. I know a place. The students around here all go there. Yang Ming said with a smile. The winter night was very cold. The climate in the north was already -10 to 20 degrees. A gust of cold wind blew, and Zhao Ying unconsciously shivered. Is it cold? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's down jacket and asked strangely, You're wearing thick clothes. But I didn't wear a sweater inside. When you called me out, I was already lying in bed ready to sleep. The sweater was dry cleaned in the dry cleaning shop downstairs, so I could only wear a sweater and a down jacket. Zhao Ying said with a bitter smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying shivering. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Zhao Ying's body. Yang Ming was very tall, and the coat was very loose. So, even if Zhao Ying was wearing a down jacket, it was easy to wrap her up. Then what are you going to do? Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming only wore a cashmere sweater inside. She asked with some concern. Me? Don't worry, I'm like a fire in winter. Yang Ming laughed. Unexpectedly, another cold wind blew. Even though Yang Ming was very strong, he couldn't help but shiver. You only know how to talk nonsense. You even put out a fire, right? Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming's expression and said with some amusement, Hurry up and pass the clothes. Forget it. I can resist the cold. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Let's go. Zhang Bin has a car. Let's drive his car. It's right in front of us. It's just 2 steps away. Okay then. Zhao Ying nodded and quickly walked forward with Yang Ming. Although the weather was still cold, even with Yang Ming's coat, Zhao Ying still felt very cold. But her heart was warm. Yes, it was this long-lost feeling. Yang Ming's concern and care for her made the deliberately suppressed feelings in Zhao Ying's heart begin to loosen. Once it broke out, it would be uncontrollable. Zhao Ying knew that if she expressed something first, Yang Ming would definitely respond to her. This was a woman's keen intuition. He still cared about her. Moreover, he cared about her very much. Just from the fact that he was brooding about the matter of Jean Gang shopping with her, it could be seen that Yang Ming definitely had her in his heart. However, Zhao Ying was confused again. Even if Yang Ming responded to her, so what? Now that Yang Ming didn't lack women around him, would he still value her as much as before? Moreover, what would Qinming Yin think? Snatching the boyfriend of her own student, if it was Zhao Ying a year ago, she would definitely snort and even laugh her head off. What a ridiculous thing. A teacher falling in love with a student? It was like writing a novel. However, it really did happen to him. Zhao Ying felt very bitter. She was a failure. The first failure was that she shouldn't have fallen in love with Yang Ming, but this matter wasn't something she could control. Sometimes, love came so inexplicably. Love was one of the most mysterious emotions. Many experts had studied love, but there was no particularly clear result. A person would fall in love with another person. This was originally a very strange thing. Therefore, Zhao Ying fell in love with Yang Ming. This couldn't be helped. However, Zhao Ying felt that her biggest failure was that the opportunity had appeared in front of her, but she gave it up. That night, at that moment, Yang Ming and I fell in love. If it weren't for my hesitation and contradiction, I should have become Yang Ming's woman from then on. However, there was no medicine for regret. Zhao Ying shook her head and looked up. She found that Yang Ming had taken out the car remote control and opened the door of a car not far away. Get in the car, sistering. Yang Ming helped Zhao Ying open the door of the front passenger seat in a very gentlemanly manner. After Zhao Ying sat in, he returned to the driver's seat. This is the car Zhongbin bought. Zhao Ying looked at the interior of the car and asked, Yeah, I bought it with him. This car is okay. Yang Ming said, It's not bad among the domestic cars. I didn't expect Zhongbin to be so rich. Zhao Ying smiled. It's okay, but this kid isn't as rich as me now. In front of the woman he liked, Yang Ming unconsciously showed off a little. You? Did you win a prize? Zhao Ying was stunned and asked, I say, sistering, do you look down on me so much? In addition to winning a prize, can't I make money by myself? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded, but fortunately, Zhao Ying didn't question whether he had money, but directly guessed where the money came from. No, I know that Zhongbin's family condition is good. Zhao Ying explained, I remember that your family isn't rich, right? This is true, but after I went to college, I made a lot of money. At least, it's not a problem to support you. Yang Ming smiled. Zhao Ying's face suddenly blushed. What does he mean by support me? Seeing Zhao Ying like this, Yang Ming knew that his words were a bit ambiguous. He said with a smile, I mean, the younger brother supports the older sister. That's it, I know. Zhao Ying's face was even redder. In this day and age, it wasn't that there were no older sister and younger brother relationships, and there were many of them. Therefore, Yang Ming's words were simply making things worse. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the coffee house that Yang Ming said. Yang Ming parked the car and then said to Zhao Ying, It's here. 6 College Students Coffee House was a feature near Songjiang Industry University. Most of the students who studied here had visited this place. It was very popular. Many couples came here to talk about love. Of course, the biggest reason was that the price here was cheap. There was no minimum consumption, and the atmosphere in the couple's booth was very warm. This undoubtedly attracted many customers. Why is it called 6 College Students Coffee House? This name is strange. Zhao Ying pointed to the sign of the coffee house and asked, Hee. I was also very puzzled at the beginning. Later, someone explained to me that the reason why this coffee house is called 6 College Students Coffee House is because this coffee house was founded by 6 college students who graduated from our university. Yang Ming explained with a smile. These 6 college students were in the same dormitory. After graduation, they couldn't find a satisfactory job, so a few of them discussed and simply opened this coffee house. The 6 of them were the bosses and waiters, and they started business like this. Because they also came from their student days, they knew what kind of style the current students liked and understood their consumption level. So the positioning of this coffee house was very accurate. The business was very prosperous, and it has been open until now. It has been 4 or 5 years, right? It turned out to be like this. There is such an interesting legend. Zhao Ying sighed after listening. These 6 students are quite business-minded. Yeah, in fact, it is the same in any industry. As long as you grasp the gap in the industry, you will definitely succeed. Yang Ming also nodded and thought so. He was like this now. Wasn't he also preparing to find a vacancy in the jewelry industry? He walked into the coffee house with Zhao Ying. The waiter who received them was one of the 6 college students' bosses. Where do you want to sit? Is there a couple booth? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, I will take you there. One of the bosses said. One of the bosses took Yang Ming and Zhao Ying to a couple booth inside. The design of this booth was very interesting. There was a bench that could sit 2 people. There was a small table in front, and there was no seat on the opposite side. In this way, a lot of space was saved, and the coffee house could accommodate more guests. Moreover, on the side of each booth, there was a curtain. In this way, the intimacy between the couple was not afraid of being seen by others. Yang Ming had never been here, but he heard Zhongbin mention it once. The atmosphere in the booth was very good. Some of the dim yellow lights made the cold winter full of a warm feeling. What do you want? Asked one of the bosses. What do you have? This is our first time here. Yang Ming asked one of the bosses. Chapter 339. There's a menu on the table. You can choose from it, one of the bosses said. Okay, let's take a look. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying found the menu under the glass of the table and looked at it. I'll have a cup of hot lemon tea, Zhao Ying said. I'll have a cup of black tea. Yang Ming didn't care. He just found a place to chat with Zhao Ying and a fruit platter. Okay, please wait a moment. One of the bosses took down the things Yang Ming wanted and left. Can you talk about it now? Did you and Chun Mingyan have a fight? Zhao Ying put her cold red hands by her mouth and rubbed them back and forth. Sister Ying, are you cold? Yang Ming asked. Do you want me to help you warm your hands? No, no need, Zhao Ying said with some embarrassment. I'm fine. Don't change the topic. I'm asking you a question. Sister Ying, since you know that Chun Mingyan and I have a fight, you probably know the general reason. Yang Ming said with a bitter face and shrugged. Of course I know. How old are you? You're already flirting outside? Zhao Ying snorted with some dissatisfaction. She didn't know whether her snort was because of Chun Mingyan or because of the dissatisfaction in her heart. Some things have already happened. I can't do anything about it. Yang Ming sighed and said, Sister Ying, I won't hide it from you. Indeed, I have a relationship with other women. But this is something that can't be helped. I can't abandon them for Chun Mingyan, right? This is unfair to them. And if I really do that, who can guarantee that one day I won't abandon Chun Mingyan for the same reason? AI, Zhao Ying sighed and said, I know, but now that it's like this, what do you want to do? Sister Ying, it's not what I want to do now. It's Chun Mingyan who won't forgive me. Yang Ming said helplessly. I've already laid my cards on the table with Chun Mingyan. Although she said that she needs to think about it for a while, there hasn't been any results. You too, I don't know what to say. Zhao Ying shook her head and said, Chun Mingyan also told me that she seems to have accepted this fact in her heart. She's just not willing to admit it. Really? Sister Ying, after hearing this, Yang Ming was happy and asked slightly excitedly. Yeah, think about it. If Chun Mingyan didn't forgive you and wanted to break up with you completely, would she still drag it out? She would have broken up with you long ago, Zhao Ying said. This means that she can't bear to part with you. She can't bear to part with this relationship. She's hesitating. Although Yang Ming wasn't stupid, he didn't understand women's thoughts very well. Now that he heard what Zhao Ying said, he also felt that this was the case. Think about it yourself. Now, although Chun Mingyan doesn't say it, because she is a stubborn and strong child, she doesn't want to share your love with others. But she also knows that she can't monopolize you. So, in this contradiction, she can only hesitate. Zhao Ying said with a smile. Then what should I do now? Yang Ming asked quickly. You, as a boy, naturally have to take the initiative. Zhao Ying complained. Do you expect a girl to speak to you first? I got it. Thank you, Sister Ying. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The long-time problem was finally solved. Zhao Ying is really my lucky star. Once she appeared, she solved 2 depressing things in my heart in one night. It's okay. Who asked me to be your sister? Zhao Ying said with a forced smile. Her heart was dripping blood. She helped Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan, but the matter between Yang Ming and her was in an endless quagmire. There was silence, a terrible silence. The 2 people finished what they wanted to say, and the rest was not to be said. Yang Ming originally wanted to mention the matter between himself and Zhao Ying, but he saw that Zhao Ying didn't seem to have any thoughts about it, so he stopped talking. Excuse me, both of you. The voice of one of the bosses came from the door. After a long while, the curtain was opened. One of the bosses smiled and put the things that Yang Ming ordered on the table one by one, and then left quickly. The service attitude here was also one of the reasons why this place was so popular. Just now, one of the bosses deliberately reminded the couple in the booth, and then went in after a long time. In this way, the couple inside had time to prepare. What if they were kissing? Wouldn't it be bad if they bumped into each other? Let's drink something. Yang Ming pointed to the things on the table and said, Right, Sister Ying, what is your postgraduate major? International Finance. Zhao Ying picked up her lemon tea and said, International Finance? Sister Ying, didn't you study mathematics? Why is the jump so big? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying strangely and asked, mathematics? I can't help it. My family was more rigid, and they asked me to study it. In fact, who doesn't have a dream? My dream is to be in the business world one day, but this dream seems to be unrealistic now. Zhao Ying said with a smile. Why do you say so? Yang Ming asked in his heart. I graduated, but I'm just a postgraduate student. I'm just applying for a job in a financial company. It's impossible to give me any important tasks. Zhao Ying smiled. Nowadays, postgraduate students are overflowing, right? So, there's always a gap between ideals and reality. Then if I open a company in the future, Sister Ying, you can come directly. Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay, but you can't go back on your words at that time. Zhao Ying agreed without thinking. On the one hand, it was because she thought that Yang Ming was joking. However, even if it was not a joke, Zhao Ying was also willing from the bottom of her heart. I'm afraid that you will go back on your words. Yang Ming thought, Zhao Ying must think that I am joking, but since you promised, you can't go back on your words when the time comes. In a few words, the relationship between the two people was pulled closer in an instant. Originally, there was no contradiction between the two people. It was just that the topic of Chun Ming Yin was a little awkward for each other. But now, Yang Ming and she deliberately avoided this topic, so the atmosphere was harmonious. Right, Sister Ying, that Jin Gang didn't bother you again, right? Yang Ming asked. I don't know why he is so afraid of you. When he came to bother me, as long as I mentioned you, this guy immediately stopped talking. I didn't expect that, Yang Ming. You could still suppress him. Zhao Ying thought it was funny when she thought about it. Huh, it is probably because of me. Yang Ming smiled and said, the last meal was enough for this guy to go bankrupt. You still say that. How can you be so bad? Jin Gang doesn't have it easy. The money he earns is not enough to treat. Zhao Ying said this, but her uncontrollable smile betrayed her. In fact, it was really as Yang Ming expected. Jin Gang was completely traumatized by Yang Ming. Not only was he tricked by Yang Ming several times, but he didn't succeed every time he tried to retaliate against Yang Ming. No matter how ruthless the person was, Yang Ming seemed to settle it easily. This kind of person, how could Jin Gang dare to find trouble with him? So when Zhao Ying mentioned Yang Ming, Jin Gang's psychological shadow began to mess up, so he didn't dare to do it again. Who asked him to have bad intentions towards Sister Ying? Yang Ming said, if there is still someone who pesters you like Jin Gang, I will treat him the same. Hee, Yang Ming, aren't you a little stingy with your words? Zhao Ying pursed her lips and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. According to what you said, I can't have a boyfriend in the future? This. Yang Ming didn't know why Zhao Ying asked this, but Zhao Ying had another boyfriend. This was something that Yang Ming absolutely couldn't tolerate. Don't worry, I haven't thought about finding a boyfriend yet. Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming was embarrassed, and she couldn't help but feel proud. She really liked this feeling. Yang Ming cared about her feelings, so she deliberately asked to satisfy her little vanity. Although she couldn't be with Yang Ming, she could always feel his concern and concern for her. It was also a very enjoyable thing, wasn't it? Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and had a very relaxed feeling. My relationship with Zhao Ying is too weird, right? It's very late. Let's go back. Zhao Ying looked at the time and suggested, you still have classes tomorrow, right? Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Although he was a little reluctant, he knew that it was impossible to sit in the coffee shop all night. After paying the bill at the bar, Yang Ming drove Zhao Ying back to school. Chapter 340. Back at school, Yang Ming's heart was very melancholy. Although Zhao Ying was still close to him, the feeling of being distant made Yang Ming feel a little lost. He wasn't sure if Zhao Ying still had feelings for him between a man and a woman. Although Zhao Ying still cared about him, care and love were two different things. Siblings could also care about each other, but that was different from the care between lovers. However, aside from this matter, Yang Ming's game today was still great. At least, he knew Chun Ming Yin's thoughts. He also knew that Jin Gang and Zhao Ying had no other relationship. Back from your date? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming very lasciviously. He wanted to see something from his face. 2 hours was enough to do a lot of things. Don't look at me with your lascivious eyes. My relationship with Sister Ying is very pure. Yang Ming felt a chill. I understand. I understand. Zhang Bin nodded. He had a look of don't worry. I know. I won't say it. I really admire you. Sister Ying looked for me just to talk about Chun Mingyan. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Chun Mingyan. Right, bro. You and Chun Mingyan should have a solution, right? Zhang Bin asked. Today, a third-year guy sent flowers to sister-in-law. A third year? What did he do? Yang Ming frowned. In a classroom? Yeah, just before class this morning, a third-year guy. I think his name is Zhou Ruoguang. I heard that he is the student council president of the Department of Economics and Management. Zhang Bin said, this guy seems to be very popular. He has a lot of female fans. A lot of female fans? Why? Yang Ming asked curiously. Because he's the student council president of your department? That's not the case. He's good-looking. Most importantly, this guy started his own business when he was in college. Now, he already owns a large company. Zhang Bin said, nowadays, many girls in universities are very realistic. What's the use of being the president of the student council? It's just a title. What they value is a man's talent and money in his hands. What was Chun Mingyan's reaction? Although Yang Ming knew that Chun Mingyan wouldn't accept the flowers from Zhou Ruoguang, he couldn't help but ask, boss, there are too few girls like Chun Mingyan who are not greedy for vanity. You know, being Zhou Ruoguang's girlfriend is a very cool thing, but Chun Mingyan just politely refused him. Zhang Bin shook his head and said, damn, Zhang Bin, your uncle. What do you mean? It's as if I'm not as good as that Zhou Ruoguang. Yang Ming was angry when he heard it. It was as if he was bad. That's not it. Who doesn't know that you're the strongest, boss? That Zhou Ruoguang is just a feather in front of you. You have 5 million in your hand. You're much richer than that Zhou Ruoguang. How dare he compete with the light of the moon? Zhang Bin smiled. Then what happened? That Zhou Ruoguang gave up just like that. Asked Yang Ming. I don't know, but his expression wasn't very good. I guess he wouldn't give up. Zhang Bin said, don't care about him. Chun Mingyan has a lot of flies around her. He's just one more. Yang Ming didn't care much. As long as he didn't take any extreme measures, Yang Ming couldn't interfere with others. Boss, are you sure? Zhang Bin immediately asked when he heard it. I'm not sure, but after listening to Sister Ying's analysis today, I don't think the problem should be big. Yang Ming was a little proud of what Zhao Ying said to Zhang Bin. That's right, bro. After hearing what you said, I think so too. Zhang Bin nodded after listening and said, why don't you take action first? I think so too. I plan to go to her tomorrow. Zhao Ying's words today made Yang Ming determined. He thought that Chun Mingyan didn't reply to him because she didn't think it through. However, with Zhao Ying's analysis, Yang Ming felt that maybe it was as she said. Chun Mingyan was shy and embarrassed to take the initiative to contact him. Damn, he dared to hit me with a wine bottle. Wu Xinkai scolded fiercely. Bai Hai, what is that kid's background? Brother Kai, that kid dared to hit you? I think he is tired of living. Bai Hai was also very angry. He was about to be promoted, but Yang Ming ruined it. How could he not be angry? Who knows? It seems that he may be a student of our school. I know that person. His name is Yang Ming. Gu Xinyao interrupted. Yes, he is indeed a student of our school. He fought with the president of our school's Taekwondo club. Taekwondo club? Or the president? Is this Yang Ming very good? Bai Hai was shocked after listening. Although he was a little punk, he was also afraid of people who could fight. TSK, what's so good about him? Gu Xinyao smiled and told the story of Yang Ming's victory. Fuck, he is totally a clown. Wu Xinkai scolded after listening. Gu Xinyao, do you know which school he is from? I know. He is from our school's computer science department. Like me, he is a freshman. Gu Xinyao nodded and said, Brother Kai, this person is really hateful. You can't let him go. Gu Xinyao, this chick was really hateful. It had nothing to do with her, but she liked to stir up trouble. Yes. Damn it, if I let him go, he will think that I, Wu Xinkai, am easy to bully. Now, who in Songjiang City can stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Bao? We are all following Brother Bao. We can't embarrass him. Wu Xinkai slammed the table and said, if it wasn't for the policewoman, that kid would definitely not be able to get out of this door. Yes, in that case, Lin Jiyun would also become Brother Kai's woman. Gu Xinyao added fuel to the fire. Tomorrow morning, I will go and fuck him up. Wu Xinkai was immediately fired up. Damn, he dares to steal my woman. Yes, he doesn't know how to spell the word death. Bai Hai also echoed. Do we need to tell Brother Bao about this? For such a small matter, why bother the boss? Wu Xinkai was very uncomfortable with the question. He glared and said, I can make the decision. Brother Bao is now very busy. The underworld of Songjiang City has just been integrated. How can he have so much time to care about these trivial matters? That's right. For such a small matter, Brother Kai can make the decision. Besides, this Didi bar is Brother Kai's territory. Bai Hai noticed that his words made Wu Xinkai unhappy, so he quickly remedied it. And yes, then that's it. Gu Xinyao, you lead the way tomorrow and kill that kid. Wu Xinkai nodded with satisfaction and said, Bai Hai, you tell Baldy and the others in a while to prepare the weapons. Tomorrow morning, we will do something. Okay, Brother Kai. Bai Hai nodded and then said to Gu Xinyao, you find a single room to sleep for a while. I will discuss something with the brothers. Okay, then you come quickly. Gu Xinyao's eyes were full of charm as she nodded. You go first. I will come later. Bai Hai waved his hand and said. Gu Xinyao wasn't very beautiful. Bai Hai wasn't very interested in her. It was just that this chick's family was rich. Bai Hai could get a lot of money by being with her. After Gu Xinyao left, Bai Hai began to discuss with the other brothers about teaching Yangming a lesson tomorrow morning. Gu Xinyao lay in the private room and waited for Bai Hai to come. Gu Xinyao also saw that Bai Hai didn't like to do it with her. He would rather do it with the bar lady than her. But Gu Xinyao liked a man like Bai Hai. If a man wasn't bad, wouldn't a woman like him? Suddenly, the door was opened. Gu Xinyao was delighted. She looked up and was about to call the name Bai Hai, but she saw Wu Xinkai come in with the smell of alcohol. Brother Kai, why are you here? Gu Xinyao was stunned and asked curiously, do you want to have some fun with Brother Kai? Wu Xinkai came over drunkenly and hugged Gu Xinyao. Brother Kai, Bai Hai is outside, Gu Xinyao said in a hesitant manner. She wasn't a good woman who followed the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. She was just a woman who advocated violence and pleasure. Bai Hai went to find the brothers to discuss how to teach that Yangming a lesson. Brother Kai said indifferently, to be honest, Brother Kai, I have long wanted to fuck a student like you. Brother Kai, what are you talking about? I'm embarrassed. Looking at Wu Xinkai's strong body, Gu Xinyao began to be infatuated. Hee, you'll be embarrassed in a while. Brother Kai will let you take a plane and go to the clouds for free. Wu Xinkai smiled and began to take off his clothes. Then, under Gu Xinyao's half-hearted resistance, he got on the bed. Chapter 341. Gu Xinyao shouted comfortably. Brother Kai, you're great. How is it? Isn't it better than Bai Hai, that little matchstick? Wu Xinkai said proudly. Brother Kai, hurry up. I can't take it anymore. Gu Xinyao began to act recklessly. But she despised him in her heart. Bai Hai is better than you. You're not that good either. You're pretty but useless. Bai Hai told his brothers what to do tomorrow. He wanted to drink with them, but he was a little short of money recently, so he thought of Gu Xinyao in the private room. If I serve that little girl well, will my money come in? Thinking of this, Bai Hai lifted his leg and walked to the private room. However, when he walked to the door, Bai Hai felt that something was wrong. He was familiar with the sound of a woman moaning in bed. It's Gu Xinyao's voice. Could it be that this chick is touching herself? However, then Bai Hai heard man's voice. How is it? Isn't it better than Bai Hai, that little matchstick? This is Wu Xinkai. Bai Hai's anger surged into his heart. Yes, although he didn't care much about Gu Xinyao, this chick, and Gu Xinyao wasn't a virgin before, but now Gu Xinyao was his woman after all. In front of him, she made a cuckold out of him. This was something that a man with courage couldn't tolerate. Bai Hai really wanted to kick the door panel and catch this adulterer on the spot, but he was a smart person, not a fool. He knew that the consequences of doing this would be a complete fallout with Wu Xinkai. Then, whether he could leave this bar tonight was another matter. After hesitating, Bai Hai gritted his teeth and endured it. Bai Hai gently pushed open the door of the private room. This Wu Xinkai is overbearing. He didn't even lock the door for his brother's woman. Bai Hai took out the latest Nokia 98 mobile phone that Gu Xinyao bought for him. He adjusted the license plate mode and quickly took a few photos of Wu Xinkai and Gu Xinyao. He also took a short video before he closed the door and left. A vicious plan instantly formed in Bai Hai's mind. When he watched a scene in the movie The Young and Dangerous, it gave Bai Hai a lot of inspiration. Every industry had its own rules. The underworld was the same, and the rules of the underworld were even stricter than many industries. Sleeping with your brother's woman, this was a big taboo. Of course, if the people didn't report it, the officials wouldn't report it. This kind of thing happened quite often in many gangs. However, it was a different matter when the evidence was taken out and placed in the open. Yes, I wanted to make an issue of this matter. He was a despicable person, an out-and-out despicable person. In order to climb up the ranks, he would do anything. However, he wasn't a petty person who only cared about profit. If you're heartless, I'll be more unjust than you. This was Bai Hai's principle. Moreover, Bai Hai felt that he did not owe Wu Xinkai anything. He had done his best. At least before this, he did not think of stepping on Wu Xinkai's head to advance. Although he didn't care much about Gu Xinyao, what did he care about the most when he came out to mingle? Wu Xinkai, you're obviously not putting me Bai Hai in your eyes. Brother Kai, after you get Lin Jiyun, can you really recommend Bai Hai to be the boss? Although Gu Xinyao was pleasured by Wu Xinkai, she was just venting her desire. She knew that she still had to be with Bai Hai in the future. So, she had to think for Bai Hai. Wu Xinkai was pleasured, so he didn't guard against it. He said directly, "Huh, how is that possible? Will Brother Bao listen to me? I'm just a little boss of a bar. How can I let Brother Bao arrange people? I'm just playing with him." Gu Xinyao frowned, but she still cooperated and continued to moan. "Motherfucker, Wu Xinkai." Bai Hai was really angry this time. "Motherfucker, are you playing with me? Motherfucker, if you can't talk, why are you pretending?" Bai Hai gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to go in and beat Wu Xinkai up. He walked to the bathroom. He couldn't stand here for too long. Otherwise, it would arouse other people's suspicion. However, Gu Xinyao, this bitch, still has feelings. At this time, she still knows to help me. It's not wrong for me. It's a joke to talk about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues with a little delinquent girl. So, Bai Hai didn't care much about this matter. He was just annoyed with Wu Xinkai's attitude towards him. After smoking a cigarette, he estimated that it was almost time. Bai Hai just walked out of the bathroom. Bai Hai knew how long Wu Xinkai took to do things. That guy was like a silver spear. It was done in a while. Sure enough, when Bai Hai went back, Wu Xinkai had already come out. When he saw Bai Hai coming over, he patted his shoulder happily. He thought that Bai Hai didn't notice. "Is everything done? Don't worry, Brother Kai. Tomorrow, I will deal with that kid," Bai Hai said fiercely. "Good job. Right, sister-in-law is still waiting for you in the room. Go quickly. Don't let her wait," Wu Xinkai said with a smile. "It's you who can't do it. You didn't feed her well, right?" Bai Hai looked at Wu Xinkai with contempt, but there was no expression on his face. "Okay, then I will go first, Brother Kai. Go ahead, go ahead." Wu Xinkai thought, this chick is really fucking flirtatious. She seems to be pure, but in fact, she is lascivious. Bai Hai held back his anger and made himself look normal. He pushed the door and walked into the private room where Gu Xinyao was. Then, he turned around and locked the door. "Bai Hai, come on. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Gu Xinyao was made by Wu Xinkai. She was burning with desire. "Hee, is it because Wu Xinkai didn't satisfy you?" Bai Hai smiled coldly. Gu Xinyao was stunned. The desire on her body disappeared instantly. Bai Hai knew about it. "Hee, you are quite flirtatious." Bai Hai walked over and stared at Gu Xinyao. "Brother Hai, sorry. I couldn't do anything about the situation at the time." Gu Xinyao shook her head and said, "Besides, I have you in my heart. I just asked for you. Brother Kai is a bastard. He is not going to promote you. Don't call Brother Kai. He doesn't deserve it. Bai Hai said coldly. Humph. If I didn't hear your words, do you think I would still keep you? He good. You let me see the essence of Wu Xin Kai. Brother Hai, anyway, Wu Xin Kai is wearing a condom. It's nothing to be touched by him. You don't care about this, right? Gu Xin Yao said, do you still care about this when you are mingling with others? I have already showered. Besides, he is far worse than you. Gu Xin Yao, let me tell you. Wu Xin Kai wanted to rape you. Do you know that? Bai Hai suddenly said, rape? Brother Hai, you mean? Gu Xin Yao, this chick, was used to being shady. She suddenly thought of Bai Hai's meaning. You want to use this to bring down Wu Xin Kai? But what if he doesn't admit it? He don't admit it? Bai Hai took out the Nokia mobile phone and threw on the bed. Look at it yourself. Gu Xinyao took the mobile phone and pulled up the photos and videos inside. She looked at them a few times, and her face was a little ashamed. Then she clenched her teeth and said firmly, okay, Brother Hai, I am on your side. Not bad. I didn't treat you in vain. Bai Hai nodded with satisfaction. Wu Xin Kai, that soft-footed shrimp, didn't serve you well, right? Little slut, come on. Let me reward you. Oh, Brother Hai, come on. Gu Xinyao screamed and hugged Bai Hai. Brother Hai, when you get promoted in the future, you can't abandon me, right? Hee. You're a meritorious person. Besides, you're more insidious than me. I have to keep you by my side to help me deal with those enemies. Bai Hai said. There was a lascivious moan in the room. Wu Xin Kai still didn't know that he had been schemed against. He was lying comfortably on the bed, smoking a cigarette and enjoying the lady's massage. He didn't know that waiting for him would be the most severe punishment. Early the next morning, Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai were like nothing happened. When they saw Wu Xin Kai, they immediately greeted him. Brother Kai, are we leaving now? Let's go. Let's go find that Yang. Yang something. Fuck, let's call him Prick Yang. Wu Xin Kai forgot the name of Yang Ming. Yes, let's go and teach that Prick Yang a lesson. The three underlings who were ready to go together quickly agreed. Yang Ming was very happy today. He had a good sleep last night. In the morning, he took the limited edition Disney doll set that he bought for Chen Mingyin and was ready to find Chun Mingyin to make peace. Chapter 342. It's him. He's over there. Gu Xinyao pointed in the direction of Yang Ming and said loudly, yes, it's him. Wu Xin Kai spat on the ground, waved his hand, and said, brothers, that's the one. Forcing Yang. Yang Ming was happy. Suddenly, three people who looked like punks rushed in front of him. If it was the usual Yang Ming, he would have kicked each of them. Are you pretending to be ghosts? Who are you trying to scare by standing in front of me? But today, Yang Ming was in a good mood, so he didn't abuse these three guys who didn't have eyes. He just said impatiently, where are you guys from? Don't stand in front of me. Are you forcing Yang? One of the punks asked. You're the fucking one forcing him. Yang Ming said with some annoyance. He had never seen a person who asked if someone was forcing him when they met. Did this guy have his head pierced? You're not? The punk was a little inexplicable. Did he recognize the wrong person? That's right. Didn't the boss say that he was forcing Yang? Wasn't he the one who was beaten up? Fuck off. You're the one forcing him. Yang Ming really wanted to kick people. Fuck, big intestine, don't talk nonsense with him. It's this guy. The punk next to him had already reacted to what was going on. Only the punk who asked the question didn't understand. Wait, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming saw these three punks talking one after another, and he was somewhat inexplicable. Fuck, kid, you're finished. Do you know? The punk next to the big intestine pointed at Yang Ming and said, you offended someone you shouldn't have offended and can't afford to offend in your life. Who is that person? It seems that he hasn't been born yet, right? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Can't afford to offend? Is there a mistake? Kid, what are you talking about? You dare to insult Brother Kai. Brothers, beat him up. The big intestine understood this time. Yang Ming was scolding Brother Kai, so it jumped out in a hurry. Fuck you, you idiot. Yang Ming threw a slap at Chong Chang's face, causing him to spin on the ground and fly 3 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to move. Yang Ming was really angry today. He was in a hurry to go to Chun Ming-yin's dormitory, but these annoying guys kept wasting time with him. How could Yang Ming not be angry? When the other two punks saw that Yang Ming dealt with a large intestine, they felt a little guilty. They immediately shouted to the back, Brother Kai, this kid is quite powerful. Fuck, there are so many of us, what's there to be afraid of? Wu Xinkai didn't feel that Yang Ming was very powerful. He was 188 meters tall, taller than Yang Ming by a head. It's you. Yang Ming recognized Wu Xinkai, and then said mockingly, do you want your head to be smashed? Kid, you were quite evil yesterday. You actually found a police officer to smash the place with you. Wu Xinkai clenched his teeth and said, however, you won't be so lucky today. Why don't you continue to find your police friend? If it wasn't for her yesterday, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Yang Ming thought it was a bit funny. I guess this guy still doesn't know what's going on. Is he feeling good about himself here? Yesterday, if it wasn't for Xia Shui following behind, maybe I would have overturned the Didi bar. Daring to treat Lin Jiyun like this is courting death. Yang Ming had the thought of crippling Wu Xinkai yesterday. Yes, when he saw Lin Jiyun fall to the ground in pain, Yang Ming had the intention to kill. Kid, it's useless to have a good mouth. I'll give you a chance. Fight with me one-on-one. Wu Xinkai said casually. Fuck off. One-on-one. You don't deserve it. Yang Ming didn't wait for him to finish. He kicked his stomach. Yang Ming's leg strength was very vicious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to master the Yang-style flying kick. Especially after a while, when he kicked the tree, it became even more overbearing. The kick just now also used strength, so Wu Xinkai flew out directly. He fell to the ground with a bang. His mouth and nose were bubbling with blood. Apparently, he was seriously injured. Yang Ming also had a backup plan. He knew that no matter how he kicked Wu Xinkai, nothing would happen to him, because he was in the right. Today was different from yesterday. Yesterday, in the bar, he was fighting. But today, it was the punks who came to the school looking for trouble. This was a social taboo. Yang Ming beating up the punks was to defend the safety of the school. Not only would the school come forward to protect him, but other people would also side with him. Of course, this was the premise that the punks called the police. However, Yang Ming felt that these people wouldn't call the police at all. So, he was even more fearless. Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao were dumbfounded. Isn't this too strong? He defeated 2 people in 2 moves, and both of them made the other party lose the ability to fight back. Gu Xinyao had some regrets. Why is Lin Jiyun's boyfriend so badass? I didn't hear about it before. Can he retaliate against me in the future? Bai Hai was even more surprised. However, what he was thinking about was whether he could pull Yang Ming over. In this way, his strength would increase greatly. As for Wu Xinkai, he didn't care about his life. Why? Do you want to fight one-on-one? Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao contemptuously. Ugh, no. Bai Hai didn't dare to fight one-on-one. Yang Ming's gang fight might not win, let alone one-on-one. Isn't that looking for death? Misunderstanding. This is Wu Xinkai's idea. I don't agree with it, but I'm his underling, so I can only follow him. Listening to your tone, you don't seem to regard him as your boss. Yang Ming said with some ridicule. He doesn't deserve to be my boss. Bai Hai decided to fall out with Wu Xinkai. There was no need to offend Yang Ming because of him, so he spoke unscrupulously. However, the 2 little punks who weren't beaten down by Yang Ming looked at the military advisor next to Brother Kai in surprise. He wants to betray Brother Kai? It seems that your internal conflict is quite big. Yang Ming snorted. Since you were forced, then I will keep you. However, you should take care of your own woman. I haven't hit a woman for a long time. I don't mind making an exception. Yang Ming, brother, I won't have any ideas about Lin Jiyun anymore. Gu Xinyao immediately nodded and said, however, brother, I have something to remind you. Although Wu Xinkai is almost finished, he is Brother Bao's underling. If Brother Bao knows that you hid his underling, he will definitely not let it go. Wu Xinkai wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a few months, so Bai Hai simply spoke bluntly. He wanted to win over Yang Ming, so he said, but I will try my best to speak for you because I'm optimistic about you. Brother Bao? Which Brother Bao? Yang Ming smiled and asked faintly, Bao Sanli? Bro, do you know Brother Bao? Bai Hai was shocked and asked quickly. He didn't think that Yang Ming was deliberately scaring him because only the people in the gang knew Brother Bao's real name. Outsiders certainly wouldn't be so clear. You can go back and tell Bao Sanli that it was me, Yang Ming, who beat Wu Xinkai up like this. Yang Ming said indifferently. Bai Hai thought, I don't need to say anything today. Someone will definitely tell Brother Bao. However, this Yang Ming is so calm. Could it be that he has a relationship with Brother Bao? Just now, he wanted to win over Yang Ming's heart, but now he wanted to curry favor with him. Yes, Bai Hai was such a villain. As long as it was beneficial to him, he wouldn't mind pretending to be a coward. Brother Yang, you seem to be very familiar with Brother Bao? Bai Hai asked tentatively. It's all right. We were in the same cell before. Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai and said, he thought, it seems that this guy is a talent. I don't know what his character is like. If he isn't so rebellious, I can use him. See, Bai Hai took a deep breath. Although he was a punk, he hadn't been in a cell before. This college student actually went in before. However, looking at his ruthless means, he really looks like a ruthless character. Could it be that he has turned over a new leaf? The few punks who followed immediately changed their eyes when they looked at Yang Ming. They instantly became respectful. That was the ultimate boss friend. How could they, as little punks, shake him? Brother Yang, I'm sorry about today. Bai Hai, am apologizing to you. As Bai Hai said this, he bowed deeply to Yang Ming and said to Gu Xinyao, why aren't you greeting Brother Yang? Brother Yang. Gu Xinyao was convinced this time. The person in front of me is really a ruthless person. Don't bully Lin Jiyun in the future. She is kind, but it doesn't mean that I am a good person. You think about the consequences yourself. Yang Ming looked at Gu Xinyao and warned her. I won't, Brother Yang. You can rest assured. From today onwards, Lin Jiyun, sister-in-law, is my big sister. I'll follow her. Gu Xinyao hurriedly promised. Chapter 343. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard Gu Xinyao's words. This chick is quite flexible. However, since she didn't bully Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming was relieved. It seemed that this Gu Xinyao had a boyfriend who mingled in the society. She was quite arrogant in school. In this way, she could protect Lin Jiyun in disguise. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't intend to continue to pursue her. She was just a bitch. There was no need to argue with her. Jiyun's character is relatively kind. You help me take care of her. If someone bullies her, you know what to do, right? Don't worry, Brother Yang. Leave this to me. Gu Xinyao nodded happily. She was also very clear about the current situation. Yang Ming was a ruthless person. Even Brother Bao could speak to him. Then, she definitely had to climb up to him. However, Gu Xinyao also understood that Yang Ming definitely wouldn't be interested in her third-rate beauty. He liked Lin Jiyun, so Gu Xinyao didn't want to humiliate herself. It was better to serve Lin Jiyun well and leave a good impression on Yang Ming. However, this Yang Ming was quite good at fighting. It was definitely right for her and Bai Hai to take care of him well. Right? Listening to what you just said, do you have a conflict with Wu Xinkai? Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai. This kid is quite smart. If it was possible, it wouldn't be bad to give him some pointers. Yes, Brother Yang. Can I have a word with you? Bai Hai glanced at the two underlings who hadn't fallen to the ground and said, What are you doing? Hurry up and take Wu Xinkai and Chong to the hospital. Do you want them to die here? Oh, yes. No matter what the conflict between Bai Hai and Wu Xinkai was. After all, Bai Hai was still Wu Xinkai's military advisor and the second boss of the bar. So, the two underlings didn't dare to disobey his words. Let's go. I just happen to want to go to the female dormitory. Let's stop while we walk. Yang Ming glanced at the time. Fortunately, he left early. Fortunately, there was still time. Chun Mingyan shouldn't have gone out yet. Bai Hai's mind had been active since the beginning. Yes, I do have evidence to expose Wu Xinkai seducing the second sister-in-law. But if Wu Xinkai doesn't admit it and says that Gu Xinyao seduced him, what should I do? After all, the two of them were half convinced, so it was hard for them to make things clear. However, at this time, if there was a heavyweight character to speak, then Wu Xin's downfall would become inevitable. And this person had appeared now. He was Yang Ming, Brother Bao's friend. If Yang Ming could say a few words for me, then it would be more useful than these so-called evidence. Therefore, Bai Hai was also ready to tell the truth to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, this Wu Xinkai didn't treat me as a person at all. Bai Hai said with some resentment. He not only forced himself on Gu Xinyao, but he also gave me a lot of empty promises. Bai Hai said Wu Xinkai's actions with some exaggeration. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe his words, but since he dared to say so, it was certainly not a groundless accusation. So he asked, "Do you have evidence?" "Yes." Bai Hai took out the Nokia N from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. "This thing is quite high-end. How do I use it?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. Although Yang Ming's question was somewhat ridiculous and even old-fashioned, Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao didn't dare to underestimate him. He had the strength. He could seriously injure people with just a slap or a kick. Who dared to underestimate such a person? This is how to use it. Bai Hai quickly helped Yang Ming pull up the photos and videos inside, and then pretended to be casual and said, "This model is new. I haven't really understood it after playing with it for so many days." This undoubtedly showed that it was normal for Yang Ming to not know how to use it. He had bought it for so long, but he had just gotten the hang of it. Yang Ming nodded calmly. He thought, this kid is smart enough. It seems that I really lack such a person around me. Ho Jinhan was brave and resourceful, but it was an open conspiracy. Although he would help Yang Ming do some conspiracies, he wasn't suitable for using tricks. This Bai Hai was not a bad choice, especially with his wife. The two of them were born to play tricks on others. "Oh, is this coercion?" Yang Ming looked at the video and said, "It seems that you are enjoying it, right?" Gu Xinyao immediately blushed and said embarrassedly, "I'm not a little virgin. Of course, there will be a physiological reaction. I'll reluctantly believe your words." Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao and said, "But Bai Hai, isn't your way of promotion not very glorious? You say, in the future, shouldn't Brother Bao also guard against you?" I don't want to hide it for Brother Yang. I, Bai Hai, am not a gentleman. I'm a villain, but I'm also a real villain. Bai Hai said sincerely, "Before yesterday, I didn't have any thoughts of going against Wu Xinkai. Instead, when I heard that he wanted to recommend me, I was grateful to him. I've been helping him by his side. But since he was unkind to me first, he can't blame me for being unjust. I said that I, Bai Hai, am a villain. Don't expect me to be loyal to a person who betrays me. I'm not Yu Fei. I only know that whoever is good to me, I will be loyal to him." Yang Ming nodded. No one is perfect. It is impossible to find such a person who plays tricks and make him loyal. Only absolute deterrence and enough temptation can make him loyal. This kind of person should be kept for the time being. "Okay, I will help you with this today, but you have to remember that I'm not Wu Xinkai. Don't expect to have any conspiracy against me. That will make you die miserably." Yang Ming finished faintly. He took out his mobile phone and found Bao Sanli's phone number, but it just happened that the battery was low. "Brother Yang, use mine to call." Bai Hai quickly handed his mobile phone to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't refuse. He entered Bao Sanli's number and dialed it. "Brother Bao, I am Yang Ming." Yang Ming directly reported his name. "Brother Yang, it's you." Bao Sanli was now the big brother of Songjiang City. Naturally, he wouldn't call Yang Ming Brother Yang. However, he was still very grateful to Yang Ming. At least, it was Yang Ming who introduced Ho Jinhan to him, which reversed the whole situation. Otherwise, he would have become a stray dog now. Yang Ming didn't care. He also knew Bao Sanli's current situation, so he wouldn't care about this. "Brother Bao, do you have an underling named Wu Xinkai?" However, Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao were very concerned. Brother Bao actually called the person in front of them a brother? This was enough to prove that Yang Ming was a very important existence in front of Brother Bao. Because Bai Hai usually answered the phone in the bar, the environment was very noisy, so he turned the volume of the mobile phone to the maximum. It was precisely because of this that they could hear Bao Sanli's words clearly. Wu Xinkai. Bao solemnly hesitated. He had so many underlings. To be honest, it was difficult to remember all of them. But fortunately, there was a reminder on the side. So Bao solemnly reacted, Wu Xinkai of Didi Bar? What happened to him? This person was beaten up by me. He probably won't be able to get up for half a year. I'm here to apologize to Brother Bao. Yang Ming smiled. There was no intention of apologizing in his tone. Motherfucker, this kid provoked Brother Yang. Beating him up is considered light. Why are we brothers apologizing? Bao solemnly scolded Wu Xinkai and said, What is there to say about this small matter? How about it? Do you have time to visit your brother? I'm in the limelight now. There are a lot of things recently. I will visit another day. Yang Ming said with a smile, Right? Brother Bao, there's one more thing. This Wu Xinkai had bad intentions towards my girlfriend. Fortunately, a person named Bai Hai stopped it in time. Otherwise, this Bai Hai is a good person. He is quite upright. You can let him be more tolerant. No problem. Brother Yang, you have spoken. If I don't give you face, then I am nothing. Bao solemnly immediately promised. You ask him to come to the Nightless Club to find me. He will come over in a while. That's fine. I will trouble Brother Bao with this matter. I will visit you another day. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will wait for you. Bao solemnly said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming handed the phone back to Bai Hai. Bai Hai said flatteringly, Brother Yang, your phone is out of battery. You can use mine first. I'm not in a hurry. I will buy another one later. But Brother Yang, if you have something important, don't delay it. Bai Hai heard the conversation between Yang Ming and Bao solemnly clearly. He couldn't find a chance to flatter Yang Ming now. Oh, you have evidence here. If you give it to me, what will you do? Yang Ming took the phone back without hesitation. This color, it seems to be quite new. The protective film on the screen hasn't been torn off yet. With Brother Yang's words, this evidence is useless. Bai Hai said flatteringly. Chapter 344. You heard it all? Yang Ming smiled. And the volume of this phone is a bit loud. Brother Yang, you can turn it down later. Bai Hai smiled. If this is the case, then I won't repeat it. You can go to Brother Bao in a while. Yang Ming nodded and put the phone into his pocket. He thought, you really know how to do things. Brother Yang, Bai Hai owes you a favor. In the future, Brother Bao is my boss, and you are my other boss. Bai Hai sincerely bowed to Yang Ming. It was more formal than the previous flattering bow. Okay, do a good job. Yang Ming nodded to him. Brother Yang, can you take my phone? Bai Hai suddenly thought of something. Oh, you want to delete the video, right? Yang Ming said suddenly. Not this. I mean, Brother Yang, can you give me my SIM card? Bai Hai shook his head and said, You were talking about this. Yang Ming took out the phone and opened the back cover. He took out the SIM card and handed it to Bai Hai. Then, he inserted his own SIM card. That video, Brother Yang, if you like it, you can keep it for yourself. Gu Xinyao said with some charm. If Brother Yang really wants me, Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't help but have a layer of goosebumps. He looked at Bai Hai. Although he was embarrassed, he couldn't do anything. Gu Xinyao, do you know what kind of woman I hate the most? Yang Ming said faintly. Gu Xinyao was shocked. She quickly put away her charm. At that moment, she was really fascinated by Yang Ming. Women don't need to be too pure, but they can't be fickle. You are now Bai Hai's woman. You have to remember this. I don't want to see the things I hate happen again. Yang Ming glanced at Gu Xinyao coldly. I got it, Brother Yang. Gu Xinyao nodded quickly. Okay, I'm going to pick up the girl. You two hurry up and leave. Yang Ming saw Chun Ming Yin coming out of the dormitory. He quickly picked up the gift in his hand and said to the two people next to him, then we won't bother Brother Yang. Although Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao said so, it was very strange. Didn't Yang Ming like Lin Jiyan? The girl who came out now isn't Jiyan, right? Although, she is also so beautiful. However, since he had determined that Yang Ming wasn't an ordinary person, then Bai Hai was not surprised. Gu Xinyao was even more ashamed. With my appearance, I still dare to recommend myself. Look at the women around Yang Ming. Which one of them isn't the best? However, before Yang Ming walked in front of her, there was a guy who was faster than Yang Ming. He suddenly came out and ran to Chen Mingyin with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Chen Mingyin, this is for you. You are so beautiful today. The person who came was Zhou Ruoguang, the student council president of the School of Economics and Management. Sorry, I can't accept it. Chen Mingyin did dress up carefully today because last night, Zhaoying called her and told her that Yang Ming might come to her in 2 days. Chen Mingyin was very excited at that time. Although she scolded Yang Ming as an ungrateful, heartless man, her heart was very sweet. He is finally willing to come to me. During this time, Chen Mingyin also figured out. How is Lan Ling? Didn't she go back to Yunnan now? It is not certain when she will come back. I am Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Isn't it a waste of time and youth to drag it on like this? However, she couldn't compromise with Yang Ming first. Now, hearing Zhaoying say that Yang Ming was going to come to her, how could Chen Mingyin not be happy? Looking at her haggard appearance in the mirror, Chen Mingyin frowned for a while. She quickly made a facial mask before going to bed. In the morning, she got up early and dressed up carefully. She deliberately changed her hair into a more youthful hairstyle. Although Chen Mingyin was not willing to admit that she did this for Yang Ming, who she was about to meet, a woman would dress up for her lover. This was a fact that could not be changed. Chen Mingyin was in a good mood today. In addition, she deliberately dressed up, so her whole person exuded a different kind of spirit. Originally, Zhou Ruoguang already felt that Chen Mingyin was beautiful enough. It was just that before, he felt that she was a little sick Lin Daiyu. Today, when he saw her, her whole person became youthful and sunny. Zhou Ruoguang's gaze toward Chen Mingyin couldn't help but become more infatuated. Motherfucker, you even sent flowers to the door of the dormitory? You're still looking at my wife like this? Who are you? Yang Ming was a little angry. He walked directly to Zhou Ruoguang, grabbed the flowers in his hand, and said, I will accept these flowers for her. You can get lost. Chen Mingyin suddenly saw Yang Ming appear, and her face was suddenly happy. However, when she thought of her relationship with him, she couldn't help but put on a serious face. This is for you, Mingyin. You are so beautiful today. Yang Ming handed the roses to Chen Mingyin. Puffed. Chen Mingyin finally couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to give Buddha with borrowed flowers, right? You even gave it to me in front of me. Is there anyone like you? Although she said that, Chen Mingyin still reached out and took it. Of course, there's still a gift. The real gift is here. Dang, 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 dang. Yang Ming wanted to take out the Disney doll set behind him, but he suddenly heard an annoying voice. Just now, Zhou Ruoguang looked at Chen Mingyin in a daze. He didn't even realize that Yang Ming had taken the flowers from his hand. However, it didn't take long for him to react. Who are you? Why did you take my flowers? Who took your flowers? Aren't you giving flowers to my wife? I will accept it for her. Yang Ming said with some impatience. Why does this person have no eyesight at all? Normally, when people see this situation, wouldn't it be fine to leave quickly? Chen Mingyin, who is he? Zhou Ruoguang pointed at Yang Ming and asked. Don't point at me. Yang Ming glared at Zhou Ruoguang with some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Chen Mingyin in front of him, Yang Ming would have already slapped him. So what if I'm pointing at you? Hurry up and return the flowers to me. Zhou Ruoguang frowned and said, Idiot, your friend is looking for you. Yang Ming angrily pointed at Zhou Ruoguang's back. What? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned. Bai Hai just paid attention to the situation here. He was a smart person, so he understood what was going on after a few glances. Obviously, this Zhou Ruoguang was a person who wanted to harass his sister-in-law. Motherfucker, you dare to interfere when Brother Yang is flirting with a girl? So Bai Hai walked over directly, patted Zhou Ruoguang's shoulder and said, Kid, come here. Let's find a place to talk. Who are you? Zhou Ruoguang looked at Bai Hai's dressing and knew that he wasn't a good person. Especially his ruffian look. It made Zhou Ruoguang a little scared. Come here and you will know. Bai Hai hugged Zhou Ruoguang's shoulder and forcefully pulled him to the corner of the dormitory building. You let go of me. Zhou Ruoguang shouted. Motherfucker. Bai Hai punched Zhou Ruoguang's stomach and said fiercely, If you shout again, I will kill you. Ugh. Zhou Ruoguang groaned and didn't dare to have any objections. Even though Bai Hai was a military advisor, he also came from a fighting background. It was really easy to deal with a college student like Zhou Ruoguang. Who is the person who is looking for Zhou Ruoguang? Why is it a bit strange? Chen Mingyan asked with some doubts. Who knows? His friend. Yang Ming said indifferently. He thought in his heart, this Bai Hai is a talent, an absolute talent. I can't do things that I can't do, but this Bai Hai can come up and help at the right time. Not bad. Friend? I think so. That person doesn't look like a good person. Chen Mingyan frowned and said, who cares about him? He doesn't look like a good person. Maybe he seduced someone else's wife and let them come to him. Yang Ming was telling the truth. This was the truth. However, Chen Mingyan said, nonsense. Right, this is a gift for you. It's for you. Yang Ming was a little unhappy that Zhou Ruoguang ruined the atmosphere. What is this? Ah, isn't this a Disney doll? Chen Mingyan took the gift from Yang Ming and looked happy. Who told you that I like this? You really like it? Yang Ming had some doubts. Did Chen Fei really get it right? Or do girls generally like this? I'm the worm in your stomach. I know what you're thinking. Yang Ming smiled. Nonsense. Chen Mingyan naturally didn't believe it. If that's the case, you can tell me. What am I thinking now? You are now definitely thinking about me. Yang Ming said. You? What about you? Chen Mingyan was stunned and thought that Yang Ming didn't finish his words. Just thinking about me, Yang Ming said seriously. Chapter 345. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Zhou Ruoguang was a little panicked. After all, he was a student. He usually ran the company on the right path. He rarely interacted with the underworld people. The guy in front of him almost had, I am the underworld boss written on his forehead. A slap on Zhou Ruoguang's face. Little bitch, you dare to harass my boss's woman. I think you want to die, right? Your boss. The man just now is your boss? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned and understood the key to the matter. Fuck, what man? I tell you, if you dare to harass our boss's woman again, you'll be dead soon. Bai Hai threatened. I know. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Zhou Ruoguang certainly knew this truth. Kid, if I see you again, you will bear the consequences yourself. Bai Hai patted Zhou Ruoguang's face and said fiercely. Then, he glared at him and left with Guxin Yao. Wow, what is this? Seeing Bai Hai go away, Zhou Ruoguang spat. Campus Underworld? Do you think this is a Hong Kong TV drama? I will report you to the school. Little guy, just wait to be expelled. Zhou Ruoguang adjusted his collar and strode towards his dormitory. A hooligan? It is not worthwhile to be angry with a small character. This kind of person is easy to kill. Bai Hai came to the Nightless Club and talked to the security guard at the door. He was taken to Bao Sanli's office. Ho Jinhan was also inside. He was discussing something with Bao Sanli. Brother Bao, there is an underling named Bai Hai who is looking for you. Let him in. One of Bao Sanli's followers knocked on the door and asked, Bai Hai, let him in. Bao Sanli ordered. Bai Hai respectfully pushed the door and walked in. When he saw the two big bosses of the underworld, he quickly greeted, Brother Bao, Brother Ho. You're the Bai Hai that Yang Ming mentioned? Bao Sanli glanced at him and asked, Yes, that's me. Bai Hai nodded. Well, you have done a good job in this matter. Our gang is now at the most critical moment for stable development. If the underlings do whatever they want and bully the men and women, then the gang will definitely not have a long-term development. Ho Jinhan nodded and praised. Yes, that's what I think too. Originally, Bao Sanli wanted to say a few words to Bai Hai. After all, betraying his own boss wasn't a glorious thing. However, when he heard Ho Jinhan say so, he couldn't say anything more. So he said, well, Didi Bar will be handed over to you in the future. Don't be like Wu Xin Kai, or else I won't forgive you. Thank you, Brother Bao. Thank you, Brother Ho. I will not let you down. Don't worry. Bai Hai quickly promised. Yes. All right, you can go out. Bao Sanli said, I have something to discuss with Brother Ho. Okay, then I'll go over first. Bai Hai left respectfully. This was just a small episode. It didn't affect the topic that Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan were talking about. Brother Ho, we are now considered a big gang. Do you think that we should decide on the name of the gang? Asked Bao Sanli. And I will talk to the boss about this issue, but the boss will decide on the name. Ho Junhan nodded and said, that's what it should be. Bao Sanli had no objection to this. It didn't matter what the name was. The most important thing was to have a name to the public so that it would be loud. At the beginning of next month, which is New Year's Day, I want to invite celebrities from all over Songjiang to hold a party. What do you think of this idea? Bao Sanli suggested. This is not a problem. After all, we now control the underworld of Songjiang. Many people want to join us, but they can't find the opportunity. This can also give each other a platform. Ho Junhan agreed. This matter doesn't need to be discussed with the boss. It's not a big deal. You can decide. Then, we will confirm the invitation list. The relationship between the two people was very strange. Obviously, Bao Sanli was the boss, but he had to discuss things with Ho Junhan. Such a strange situation was impossible in other gangs. A boss would never allow such a division of power, but it was different here. Because Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan were both loyal to the same boss, the two people didn't compete for power. That didn't make any sense. Brother Hai, how is it? What did Brother Bao say? Gu Xinyao stood in front of a nightless club with some excitement and anxiety. When she saw Bai Hai come out, she quickly asked, Brother Ho is very optimistic about me. Bai Hai also knew that Bao Sanli was quite critical of him at the time, but Ho Junhan first praised him, so he smoothly became the boss of Didi Bar. Bai Hai was very puzzled about this. Ho Junhan was the second boss. Why do I feel that sometimes his words are better than Brother Bao's? However, it wasn't time for me to participate in the matters of the upper management, so Bai Hai didn't think much about it. So, Brother Bao let me manage Didi Bar. Really? Brother Hai, you're finally a boss. Gu Xinyao was very excited. This is not all because of what Brother Yang said for me. Bai Hai said, so, Gu Xinyao, you have to remember, don't make Brother Yang angry in the future. You have to be polite to that Lin Jiyun. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. I know what to do. Gu Xinyao nodded and said, also, you are now the sister-in-law of the underlings. You have to restrain your flirtatious personality in the future. You heard Brother Yang's words. What should you do in the future? Think about it yourself. Bai Hai warned, if you follow me wholeheartedly in the future, then I promise that you will always be my legitimate girl. Brother Hai, I will never do anything wrong to you again. Let's do it this way. When I go back to school, I will go to Taobao to buy an electric console. You're not by my side. If I need it, I will get it myself. Gu Xinyao's worship of power was far greater than her sexual desire. How could she lose her sister-in-law's title because of her little physical satisfaction? And you can do it yourself. Bai Hai hugged Gu Xinyao's slender waist. I like this about you. You never ask about my private life. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the school cafeteria side by side. The tacit understanding was that neither of them mentioned anything about making up, but it seemed that the two people were already on the verge of making up. Mingyan, how are you recently? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan didn't speak, so he took the initiative to attack. He remembered Zhao Ying's words. Girls are thin-skinned. That's okay. My skin is thick. Even a machine gun can't penetrate it. Ah, it's okay. Chen Mingyan thought. Aren't you asking nonsense? Can I be good? How can I be as comfortable as you? You even went to Hong Kong for a trip. Who was that person just now? Didn't you tell him that you already have a boyfriend? Yang Ming began to talk about the person just now. He is the president of the student union in our department. Why? Didn't Zhangbin tell you? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Ugh, he said it, but not completely. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seems that my little thoughts can't be hidden from Chen Mingyan. With him as a spy, my every move is under your control, right? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. If I really had something with a boy, would you wait until now to find me? I'm just concerned about you. You look at that kid. He doesn't look like a good person. He's probably the same as Wang Jitao. Yang Ming laughed dryly. then you should know that I didn't talk to him more than 10 sentences. Besides, why did I tell him that I have a boyfriend? Is he related to me? Chen Mingyan snorted. Do you think I'm like you? Flirting everywhere and looking for beauties everywhere. That, Yang Ming thought. Chen Mingyan still has resentment in her heart. Don't say this and that. Let me tell you, Yang Ming, if you dare to do this in the future, I will never talk to you again. Chen Mingyan said fiercely. Then Lan Ling. Yang Ming was delighted. Did Chen Mingyan accept Lan Ling? Don't mention her in front of me in the future. Chen Mingyan's face immediately turned cold. Oh, I got it. Yang Ming nodded awkwardly. But at least there was some progress, right? At least Chen Mingyan should have forgiven me. But she couldn't accept Lan Ling all of a sudden. Anyway, there was still a long time. I'll talk about it later. The reason why Chen Mingyan forgave Yang Ming was actually for a reason. She couldn't bear to part with Yang Ming. But the most important factor was that Lan Ling wasn't by Yang Ming's side now, so Chen Mingyan could reluctantly accept this fact. As for that Lin Jiyun, there was no certainty. Whether Yang Ming could find her was still another matter. How would she know that Yang Ming had already contacted Lin Jiyun? Chapter 346. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the school cafeteria. Yang Ming first asked Chen Mingyan to reserve a seat, and then he went to order. Chen Mingyan's breakfast was very simple. It was generally porridge and pickles. Yang Ming had bought it many times before, so he knew without asking. Yang Ming ordered a tray of buns and then walked to Chen Mingyan's table. However, he saw a couple quarreling with Chen Mingyan. There's someone next to me. He went to buy something and will be back soon. Chen Mingyan said with a frown. Huh, you said there's someone? The man with glasses bared his teeth and said to Chen Mingyan, if you say that the seats in the cafeteria are taken, does that mean that everyone has to go out for a picnic? Why are you so unreasonable? Look, there are already 2 sets of tableware here. Why do you still want to sit here? Chen Mingyan was a little unhappy. This person's words were really unpleasant to hear. Huh, do you think this is a university study room? Take out a book and write the word seat. Let me tell you, this set is outdated. The man with glasses grinned without any demeanor. Are you a freshman? Handsome, don't worry about her. She's not a good person at first glance. Who knows which lover she's going to reserve a seat for? The coquettish woman next to the man with glasses said to the man with glasses, handsome? That's fucking disgusting. He looks more wretched than a mouse. How can this kind of person be called handsome? Yang Ming wanted to vomit. What are you talking about? Chen Mingyan was not so easy to provoke. Seeing that the girl's words were so unpleasant, she couldn't help but retort. Yo, you're still not willing? The coquettish woman glared and said, look at your appearance. It's obvious that you rely on men to eat. Huh. As soon as the coquettish woman finished speaking, a bowl of steaming white porridge fell from the sky and directly covered her head. The juice sprinkled her body, and the big rice grains flowed down her hair everywhere. I think I should give you some food first, Yang Ming said lightly. Who dares to pour porridge on this old lady's head? The coquettish woman blushed and turned around. She looked at Yang Ming, who had a smirk behind her. She pointed at him and said angrily, what the fuck do you want to do? I'm giving you food. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. I will fight with you. The coquettish woman stretched out her hand to grab Yang Ming. Go to one side. Yang Ming pushed her and directly pushed the coquettish woman. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you because you're a woman. If you provoke me, I'll still beat you. Fuck your mother. This old lady will die with you. The coquettish woman picked up a broken bowl from the ground and rushed towards Yang Ming. Do you have that function? Yang Ming looked at the coquettish woman with some ridicule. He slapped the broken bowl in her hand and then said to the glasses man, for eyes, you take care of your wife. Don't let her be like a mad dog. What's your name? Tell me your name. The glasses man was so angry that his chest rose and fell as he pointed at Yang Ming and said, what? You still want to retaliate? Yang Ming put the steamed buns on the table and said to Chen Mingyan, you eat the steamed buns first. The porridge is wasted on the dog. You motherfucker, who are you calling a dog? The coquettish woman jumped up again. Li Longshui, he scolded me. I know, I won't let him go. The glasses man nodded and pointed at Yang Ming and said, Boy, if you have the guts, tell me what your name is. I don't have time to take care of you. Yang Ming said impatiently. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to beat you. If you don't want to say it, well, if you have the guts, sit here and don't move. After the glasses man finished, he took out his mobile phone and pretended to make a call. I won't move. If you want to find someone, hurry up. I have to go to class after eating, so I won't accompany you. Yang Ming said with a grin. You have guts. The glasses man took the phone and flipped through the phone book. After looking for a long time, he didn't dial any number. Li Longshui, don't you know so many people in the underworld? Give them a call and kill this little bastard. The coquettish woman shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people in the cafeteria. Am I not looking for it? There are too many. I don't know who to look for. The glasses man thought, I'm just bragging to you. How do I know so many people? Little girl, if you didn't advocate school violence so much, I wouldn't have bragged to you. I was just scaring the kid. I didn't expect him to not fall for it. Li Longshui, hurry up. Did you find it? The coquettish woman said impatiently. There are so many people. Wouldn't you scare him to death just by looking for one? Oh, okay, I'll just find one. Li Longshui was helpless. He had to find the contact information of a gangster boss that a former classmate gave him. It was said that this person was very good in the underworld. His classmate was one of his underlings. Let's pretend to be badass first. Li Longshui dialed the gangster boss's contact information. Hello, please help me pass on 813-8607. Just say that Li Dagong's buddy was kicked. Please call back to 139. What? It was shut down 4 years ago? Li Longshui hung up the phone with a depressed face. Now, there weren't many people who used pagers. It was common sense for it to be shut down. The fact that the paging tower still existed was already a very surprising thing. What's wrong? There are so many people with cell phones. Why are you paging? The coquettish woman said with some displeasure. Don't you know Brother Dao and Brother Wolf? Li Longshui said. I can only contact such a person now. Fuck. Li Longshui, where did the people you told me before come from? Did you make it up? The coquettish woman frowned. Are you kidding me? No. Isn't this what you like? That's why I said that. Li Longshui didn't care about Yang Ming and the others. He braced himself and said, Damn, you're so fucking bad. I believed you. The coquettish woman rolled her eyes at Li Longshui and said with disdain, Look at you. You don't know anyone. Wife, don't be angry. I'll contact my junior high school classmate when I get back. Okay? Li Longshui said with a smile. Don't call me wife, Li Longshui. We broke up. The coquettish woman said with a crooked mouth. Don't. I really like you. Don't worry. My friend is said to be doing very well. I'll find him. He'll definitely be able to deal with this little tramp. Li Longshui promised. Nothing. The coquettish woman snorted. Watch me. She took out her cell phone. Hello, Sister Yao. I'm Xiaolu. I was bullied in the cafeteria. Can you bring someone over? The coquettish woman said. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Sister Yao? Damn, you're looking for a lady? Yang Ming said curiously. You actually dare to say that to Sister Yao. You're useless. Her boyfriend can kill you. Do you believe it? The coquettish woman snorted and said, If you have the ability, stay here and don't move. That's fine too. I'm not full yet. You can buy me a tray of buns. I'll sit here and eat for a while. Yang Ming said, But you don't seem to have this intention. All right, I'm leaving. You fucking dare to leave. The coquettish woman was anxious. You can try to leave. If you leave, don't think about mingling in this school. What kind of quality do you have? I really doubt how you were admitted to university. Yang Ming glanced at the coquettish woman and said, You were born as a lady, right? Jing Xiaolu is an arts student. Li Longshui quickly explained. Shut up. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't talk. The coquettish woman looked at Li Longshui with some dissatisfaction. Now she felt that this boyfriend was so stupid. Fries, you want this kind of goods? Yang Ming sighed regretfully at the glasses man. Bro, take care. I'm leaving. You stop. Jing Xiaolu was anxious. She pointed at Li Longshui and said, You go and buy him a tray of buns. Let him sit here for a while. Okay, I'll go now. Li Longshui nodded and agreed without thinking. Yang Ming shook his head. For a man to be able to do this, it's really good enough. Yang Ming, forget it. Don't lower yourself to their level. You are also in the wrong. Chen Mingyan said with some worry. It's okay. Someone is treating. It's a waste not to eat. Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently, Who asked these two guys to deliberately scold you? It's right to punish them. AI, you like to cause trouble. I really don't know if it's good or bad. Chen Mingyan said with a slight sigh. Not long after, Li Longshui ran over with a tray of buns. He put the buns on the table and said, For you. Chapter 347. Yang Ming didn't hold back. The bowl of porridge was wasted on this coquettish woman. It wasn't too much to ask her boyfriend to compensate with a steamer of buns, right? So, he picked up the chopsticks and ate. Chen Mingyan was really helpless with her boyfriend. Why is he so shameless? You can't really eat it even if others buy it for you. Mingyan, this bun is beef stuffing. I just bought pork and cabbage stuffing. The taste is different. Do you want to try? Yang Ming picked up a bun and put it on Chen Mingyan's plate. Chen Mingyan was helpless. She couldn't refuse, so she could only bow her head and eat. Jing Xiaolu's lungs were about to explode at the moment. In this world, there is actually such a shameless person, but you could be smug. When my people arrive, you won't even have time to cry. Jing Xiaolu thought resentfully. Gu Xinyao just received a phone call from a friend who always played with her. She said that she was bullied. Gu Xinyao was the kind of girl who liked to show off. When she heard that her friend was bullied, she naturally had to show it. So, she told Bai Hai about it. Bai Hai had just been promoted today. It was the moment when his self-confidence was extremely inflated. He also agreed with Gu Xinyao's statement. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about such a small matter with Gu Xinyao. He took a few underlings and went back to the university. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hai sat in the position of the boss of the DD bar. His underlings didn't have a chance to flatter him. They finally had a chance to show off, so they followed Bai Hai to do things. So a group of 7 or 8 people rushed directly to Songjiang Industry University. It was more magnificent than when they went to fight Yang Ming. Yang Ming finished a steamer of buns and burped. He glanced at Jing Xiaolu impatiently. Why haven't your people come yet? Did they encounter any accidents on the way? You actually dare to say this. You will die in a while. Jing Xiaolu glared and said fiercely. Yang Ming smacked his lips twice indifferently. If they don't come, I have to go. I don't have time to play games with you. Wait a little longer. It'll be done soon. Jing Xiaolu said anxiously. I say, little girl, your looks are not bad. Hurry up and find a good man to marry. Don't play the underworld here. I'm busy. I'll give you 1 more minute. Yang Ming said. In fact, this Jing Xiaolu wasn't considered ugly. It was just that her face was covered in heavy makeup, making it difficult to see the floor clearly. However, Yang Ming's eyesight was better, so he naturally saw it clearly. However, Yang Ming had no interest in this kind of flirtatious woman, so he didn't care much. Finally, Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai rushed over with a group of underlings with murderous intent. After Jing Xiaolu saw them, she almost cried. It's finally here. The time to be proud is not far away. Sister Yao, it's the 2 of them. These 2 adulterous couple bullied me. Jing Xiaolu pointed in the direction of Yang Ming and said to Gu Xinyao, this is Brother Hai, my husband. He is now the boss of Didi Bar. Gu Xinyao naturally wanted to show off Bai Hai's promotion first. Oh, hello, Brother Hai. I'm Jing Xiaolu. I've heard a lot about you. Jing Xiaolu wanted to get closer, but her head and body were full of rice and soup. Her image was really not good. Bai Hai nodded slightly and asked, Who is it? Where are you? It's over there. Jing Xiaolu pointed to Yang Ming and said, I'm talking about you. Motherfucker, aren't you badass? You come here. See how I kill you. Yang Ming had already seen Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao, who rushed over, so he was more fearless. He stretched lazily and said to Chen Mingyan, Mingyan, I'll accompany you to your class today. Aya, what time is it now? Are you still talking about this? Hurry up and think of a way to deal with it. They found so many people. Can you beat them? Chen Mingyan said with some complaints. I just told you to leave, but you didn't listen. Now that they called people, can we leave? Hee, of course we can leave. Yang Ming nodded, then stood up and looked at Bai Hai. Bai Hai, why are you back? You brought people out to show off after you became the boss? Motherfucker, what is this kid talking about? One of Bai Hai's underlings jumped out and pointed at Yang Ming in order to show off in front of the new boss. The two underlings who came with Bai Hai to teach Yang Ming a lesson in the morning naturally knew the details of Yang Ming. At this moment, they quickly pulled the underling who ran out to stand up. The underling didn't realize it. He turned back and scolded. Why are you pulling my clothes? Seeing that I'm loyal to Brother Hai. Are you jealous? This kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him is fine. The two underlings let go at the same time. Go and seek your own destruction. It has nothing to do with us. When Bai Hai heard this underling scolding Yang Ming, his face immediately turned green. He swung his arm with all his might and slapped the underling with a paw sound. The underling was seeing stars. Brother Hai, why did you hit me? The underling covered his face with his hand and looked at Bai Hai with a wronged face. He was at a loss. Why was it half a face? Because only half of the facial nerves could function, and the other half of the face had been beaten into a bun by Bai Hai, temporarily losing the function of expression. Bai Hai didn't have time to explain to him. He quickly walked over to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, I am... Okay, you don't have to explain. I know. Do more proper things in the future. Don't always come out to show off. Yang Ming shook his head faintly and said, I still have things to do. I won't waste time with you. Gu Xinyao was also very angry. She glared at Jing Xiaolu and said, Do you know who he is? He is the brother of Song Jiang's boss, Brother Bao. Even my husband has to be respectful to him. You even dare to provoke him? This. Jing Xiaolu wasn't stupid. Looking at Bai Hai's attitude just now, she knew that she had kicked an iron plate today. No wonder this person was so fearless before and didn't put her in his eyes. He was the brother of Song Jiang's boss. In Song Jiang, who could shake him? Jing Xiaolu gritted her teeth and said to Gu Xinyao, Sister Yao, I don't know. I'm sorry, forget it. Brother Yang is a very good person. You go and apologize to him. In front of Yang Ming, Gu Xinyao couldn't say much. Oh, I got it. Jing Xiaolu nodded and came to Yang Ming and whispered, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Okay, do what you should do. Don't bother me. Yang Ming said impatiently. Jing Xiaolu stomped her foot. What's so great about him? Isn't he just a little badass? But it seems that he isn't just a little badass, but very badass. Yang Ming didn't know what Jing Xiaolu was thinking. He didn't care about what she was thinking. He took Chun Mingyan's hand and walked in the direction of the cafeteria door. Halfway through, he suddenly turned back and said to Li Longshuai, who was standing in a daze, Thank you for the buns. The taste is good, right? The number you just called is the one I used before. You can look for me directly in the future. You don't have to waste so much effort. Li Longshuai's face was red. He was so ashamed that he almost couldn't show his face. So, the person I was looking for is the person I want to teach a lesson to? After Yang Ming left, Bai Hai's face sank. He said with some blame, Gu Xinyao, what kind of friend do you know? Why don't you have any judgment? Brother Hai, you don't have to say it. Jing Xiaolu is my childhood friend. We have a good relationship. Gu Xinyao whispered. Forget it. Since Brother Yang doesn't pursue it, then I can't be nosy. Bai Hai frowned and looked at the girl named Jing Xiaolu. You have to be honest in the future. Otherwise, if something happens, Gu Xinyao and I can't protect you. Oh, Jing Xiaolu was too shocked today. She also changed the nature of the flirtatious girl just now. She nodded silently. Okay, Xiaolu, you should go back to the dormitory and take a shower. Look at you. Why are you covered in porridge? Gu Xinyao said with some blame. Although Gu Xinyao always liked to trick people, she was really good to Jing Xiaolu. Isn't it because of that Yang Ming? He splashed porridge on me. Jing Xiaolu was a little depressed when she thought of it. After Jing Xiaolu left, Bai Hai asked. Are you familiar with this Jing Xiaolu? Yeah, Brother Hai. Don't be angry with her. In fact, Jing Xiaolu is also very pitiful. When she was very young, her parents divorced. She was left alone in her grandmother's house. Her grandmother raised her, so her character became like this. Gu Xinyao shook her head and said, it's not easy for her to learn to protect herself in society alone. If she wants to stand firm, she has to rely on some strong people. I've already told her that her boyfriend, Li Longshui, is not a good person. But she's also stupid. She was cheated by Li Longshui. Chapter 348. Don't bother Jing Xiaolu in the future, okay? Gu Xinyao glanced at Li Longshui, who was standing there stupidly. I want to become stronger. Brother Hai, let me follow you. Li Longshui suddenly said, very excitedly. Okay, save it. You should study hard in school. This society is much more complicated than you think. Bai Hai looked at Li Longshui sympathetically. He shook his head and left with Gu Xinyao and the underlings. Do you know him? Chen Mingyan stared at Yang Ming and asked, didn't you just say that he is a friend of Zhou Ruoguang? Yang Ming was stared at by Chen Mingyan and felt a chill down his spine. Why is her memory so good? She can remember it at a glance? However, it was also because Bai Hai's dressing was too gangster. It was normal for Chen Mingyan to have a deeper impression of him. You can say that I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. Yang Ming said vaguely. Then where did he take Zhou Ruoguang? Chen Mingyan frowned and asked. Yang Ming, you wouldn't ask others to beat him up, right? So what if I asked someone to beat him up? Yang Ming was a little upset by Chen Mingyan's question. He harassed my wife, and I just looked at it like that. You. Chen Mingyan was so angry that she stomped her foot. I have never seen such a barbaric person like you. How can you use force to solve problems? Besides, what's wrong with him sending me flowers? Wouldn't it be fine if I didn't accept it? Why did you beat him up? Why? Do you still feel sorry for him? Yang Ming was also a little angry. She actually quarreled with him because of a dumb-ass man. Unreasonable. Chen Mingyan turned and walked forward quickly. Mingyan, wait. Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan turn and leave. He also regretted it. Was I too harsh with my words? We just got back together, and now we are quarreling because of a dumbass man. It's not worth it. Stop following me. Chen Mingyan was still angry. She just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson for solving everything with his fists. Was there anything that couldn't be solved in a civilized manner? If he fought all day long, what difference was there between him and a hooligan? It had to be said that Chen Mingyan had developed a sense of justice under Chen Fei's imperceptible influence since she was young. Mingyan, I was wrong, okay? Yang Ming admitted his mistake. There is a saying that went, admitting your mistake to your wife is a sign of loving her, so it's not shameful. Chen Mingyan ignored him and continued to walk forward. Damn, Yang Ming was a little impatient. That was Bai Hai's meddling. I didn't instruct him. Who are you trying to impress with that face of yours? If she didn't want to follow, then so be it. Yang Ming was also angry. He turned and walked away quickly. Chen Mingyan walked straight ahead. Suddenly, she couldn't hear Yang Ming's words. She was a little surprised. When she turned around, Yang Ming had already walked away. Chen Mingyan was so angry. She raised the doll that Yang Ming gave her and was about to throw it on the ground. However, her hand stopped in midair. Damn, Yang Ming, you are really good. I finally wanted to forgive you, but you still want to be unreasonable with me. You can be unreasonable, but it's best that you don't come to me again. Chen Mingyan said angrily. Although she said so, on the way to the teaching building, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but look back. She hoped that Yang Ming would suddenly appear by her side. Until they reached the door of the teaching building, Chen Mingyan still didn't give up and said to herself, well, Yang Ming, if you can say sorry to me now, I will forgive you. Unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't appear. Yang Ming was also angry. What's the relationship between Zhou Ruoguang and you? Are you speaking for him? Besides, I didn't do anything to him. Bai Hai teaching him a lesson is Bai Hai's business. It proves that the kid's practice is really disgusting. AI. Yang Ming sighed. I'll see how it goes in the afternoon. While he was sighing, there was a song suddenly. Yang Ming didn't pay attention and continued to walk forward. But he suddenly found that the students who passed by the campus looked at him strangely, which made Yang Ming feel very inexplicable. That singing voice was still coming back to him. Suddenly, Yang Ming suddenly recovered. He took out the Nokia and, that by high, gave him from his pocket. Sure enough, this guy is ringing. Yang Ming sweated. No wonder these people are looking at me. It's my phone. Yang Ming quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming, why did you take so long to answer the phone? Xiaoqing's voice came over. Sister Xiaoqing, I just changed my phone. When it rang, I thought it wasn't mine. It took me a long time to react. Yang Ming said with some shame. It turned out to be like this. Xiaoqing said, right? Do you have time later? Later? What for? Could it be that Sister Xiaoqing misses me? It's very possible. We haven't seen each other for a few days. So Yang Ming said, okay, I'll go to your house. Go to my house. What for? Xiaoqing was stunned, but then she reacted. Damn kid, what are you thinking? I have something to look for you. Huh? No. Yang Ming was also stunned and then said awkwardly, I'm just kidding, hee hee. Okay, don't mess around. This is the case. This morning, the police station called and asked me to go over. It's about Wang Shuifan's case. Can you go with me? Xiaoqing didn't know why, but this morning, when she received a call from the police station, the first person she thought of was Yang Ming. Although Xiaoqing felt that this wasn't a good phenomenon, and it wasn't a good habit, now she did start to rely on Yang Ming. Xiaoqing also constantly reminded herself that her relationship with Yang Ming on the surface was that of a brother and sister, not a couple. However, another voice was telling Xiaoqing that with the cover of the identity of brother and sister, it was more justifiable to rely on him. Therefore, Xiaoqing couldn't help but call Yang Ming. Originally, there was no need to trouble Yang Ming with a small matter like going to the police station, but Xiaoqing just wanted to. Okay, no problem. Now, asked Yang Ming. Now, where are you? Asked Xiaoqing. I'm near the computer science building. What about you? Said Yang Ming. Then you wait for me. I'm upstairs. I'm going down now. Xiaoqing finished and hung up the phone. Yang Ming called Zhang Bin again. This latest mobile phone is so cool. It feels different when I hold it in my hand. Hello, bro. Didn't you reconcile with sister-in-law? Why is sister-in-law coming to school today in a huff? But she is holding a bouquet of roses and the set of dolls you brought back from Hong Kong. Zhang Bin didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak and spoke first. The problem is very complicated. The person named Zhou Wang came to give flowers to Chen Mingyan today. One of my friends taught him a lesson. Chen Mingyan said that I was barbaric, so we quarreled. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, let's talk about this later. Did you use the car this morning? I'm in school. Why would I use the car? You're asking nonsense. Zhang Bin said with contempt. If you want to use it, then use it, right? It seems that the price of oil has been adjusted. When you come back, help me fill it up. Okay, but you still lack that money. Yang Ming smiled. Damn, if there's an advantage, then I'm a fool, said Zhang Bin. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoqing also walked out. Yang Ming quickly greeted her. Sister Xiaoqing, is your injury okay? It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaoqing smiled and said, I didn't expect you to care about me. If I don't care about you, who do I care about? Yang Ming put the phone back in his pocket and said, does that mean that we can... You're not serious. You're talking about this when we meet. I'm really sad as your sister. I'm actually a tool for you to vent your desires. Xiaoqing pretended to be sad. How can that be? Yang Ming quickly explained, Sister Xiaoqing, don't think too much. Otherwise, I won't ask you for anything in the future. Hee hee, I'm just joking with you. Look at how nervous you are. Xiaoqing smiled and said, let's wait until we're done at noon. Is that okay? Okay. How could Yang Ming not agree? Xiaoqing also enjoyed the feeling of being with Yang Ming. They weren't a couple in name, but they cared more about each other than a couple. At least Xiaoqing was like this. She felt that if Yang Ming was happy, she would be happy, so she wouldn't refuse the request made by Yang Ming. Let's drive Zhang Bin's car. Yang Ming shook the car key in his hand. Why is this car almost the same as your own? Xiao Qing shook her head. Right? Did you get a new phone? A friend gave it to me. What's wrong? Yang Ming suddenly thought of something. Sister Xiao Qing, why don't you buy the same style? Let's make a couple's phone. Forget it. If your girlfriend saw it, what would she think? Xiao Qing shook her head and said, It's okay. Can't we use the same phone as siblings? It's settled, said Yang Ming. Chapter 349. They drove to the police station. Because they didn't have a pass, they were stopped by the guard at the door. Who are you looking for? Asked the guard. Who are you looking for? Yang Ming turned and asked Xiao Qing. Just let me go to the Economic Investigation Department of the 3rd Bureau. I don't know who to look for. Xiao Qing said to the guard. That won't work. Without a specific person, vehicles can't enter the courtyard. The guard said. Then if we stop at the door, aren't we waiting for a ticket? Yang Ming said helplessly. I can't help it. I'm doing it according to the rules. The guard replied with a blank expression. It was estimated that he had said this countless times, so he didn't have any expression. Right, I know Xia Shui from the criminal investigation team. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he still had acquaintances in the police station. Xia Shui? Which one? The guard was obviously unfamiliar with the name Xia Shui. I also know their captain, Chun Fei. Yang Ming quickly added, Oh, Captain Chun. The guard immediately said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go in. Yang Ming drove into the police station's courtyard and found a place to stop. It seemed that Uncle Chan was still quite useful. He didn't know that he had just offended Uncle Chen's daughter. He accompanied Xiao Qing to the Economic Investigation Department and found Officer Ma, who was in charge of the case. In fact, the matter was very simple. Wang Shifan had already told Wang Xuefan that someone wanted to mess with him. If he came out, it would be more dangerous. It was better to go to jail. Therefore, Wang Xuefan admitted all the crimes. He was afraid that his sentence was too light and he would be retaliated by that force. Therefore, he even mentioned the previous medical software. In this way, there was no need to collect evidence. The criminal suspect could directly go to court if he confessed. This matter is probably like this. Do you want to testify in court? Asked Officer Ma. Can I not testify? Asked Xiao Qing. Because now Wang Xuefan has confessed, and Professor Wu Tongshan from your university has agreed to appear in court. So it doesn't matter if you testify or not. No matter how good the lawyer is, he can't reverse the current situation. Officer Ma said truthfully. Then can I think about it? Asked Xiao Qing. Of course you can. You are not a direct witness, so I'm just asking for your opinion. Officer Ma smiled. After leaving the police station, Xiao Qing consulted Yang Ming. Yang Ming, do you think I should testify? I don't think it's necessary. Professor Wu is enough. Yang Ming shook his head. It didn't matter if Xiao Qing went or not. Wang Xuefan was now rushing to plead guilty. Well, I will listen to you. I will call and reject them in a while. It's not good to reject them directly now, said Xiao Qing. Where are we going now? Xiao Qing looked at the time. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't noon yet. I'll buy you a new phone first. The one you're using now is a little outdated. Yang Ming said, You are now a leader of the school. How can the dean use such a broken phone? Then you mean that the dean should be corrupted? Xiao Qing asked with a smile. Isn't this a gift from a younger brother to an older sister? It's an older sister. Yang Ming laughed. I can't win against you. Well, then let's buy one. Xiao Qing also felt that her phone wasn't very good recently. The battery was dead in a day, and sometimes the screen didn't display. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing were just about to get in the car. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind. Yang Ming, stop right there. Yang Ming was shocked. He had some conditioned reflexes to this voice. He subconsciously raised his hands. Why did you raise your hands? Xiao Qing asked, baffled. Even Xia Shui, who caught up, looked at Yang Ming strangely. Yang Ming, did you do something wrong? Xia Shui stared at Yang Ming with a suspicious look. Big sister, you shoot at the slightest thing. How can I not raise my hands? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You are violent enough. Do you think you're shooting a movie? You shoot at the slightest thing. Last time, I was riding a motorcycle and I was almost killed by you. Didn't I have a psychological shadow? Pucci, Xia Shui said with a smile. I shot at the sky last time. Do you really think I can shoot you? I'm just scaring you. Now these biker gangs are very rampant. If you don't fire a warning shot, will they stop? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were aiming at me. I was so excited at the time. I thought I was in an American movie. Yang Ming put down his hands and said helplessly, I want to shoot you. Do you think you can still stand and talk to me now? Xia Shui said with a snort. I want to shoot you. It seems to be very ambiguous, but Yang Ming was used to Xia Shui's way of speaking. Compared to the previous pushdown, this was not shocking. What are you doing in a hurry? Why did you hide in the car when you saw me? Xia Shui asked. Police officer Xia, which I of yours saw me hiding in the car. I am openly trying to get in the car, and then I am openly preparing to leave here. Do you understand? Yang Ming was a bit angry. Is there a problem with your way of using words? I really don't know what her grades were in the past. You didn't see me? Xia Shui asked. Please, you are wearing a police uniform today. Most people in this police station are wearing a police uniform. I didn't look at you carefully. Yang Ming was telling the truth. He was busy playing ambiguous with Xiao Qing. How could he have time to look at other things? Forget it. I thought you deliberately avoided me and didn't want to treat me to a meal. Xia Shui said with a shrug. How could that be? If you're worried, why don't I treat you now? Asked Yang Ming. No need. Another day. I have a mission in a while. Xia Shui shook her head. Right. Do you know my second uncle? Who is your second uncle? Asked Yang Ming. Xia Jidong. Xia Shui said. I don't know. I only know people with the surname Xia. You're the only one. Right, I also know Lulu. Yang Ming began to talk nonsense. Lulu? Xia Shui was stunned. Then she clenched her teeth and said, Yang Ming, what are you thinking in your head all day long? Why are you so dark? Can't you think of something more positive? Yes. Yang Ming nodded and said seriously, Isn't it just a matter of being a little more open? It's easy. Or, if you have a son in the future, I will name him Yang Guangming. This is a very positive thing. If I have a son named Yang Guangming, why Yang Guangming? Xia Shui repeated it to herself. Suddenly, her face turned green instantly. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. She shouted, Yang Ming, you are going to die for me immediately. Ha! Yang Ming smiled and quickly pulled Xiao Qing into the car. Pung! Xia Shui kicked the door, and a big hole appeared in an instant. Xia Shui was still angry. She kicked a few more times before she limped away. Yang Ming was convulsing with laughter in the driver's seat. Do you think you're Ultraman? You still want to kick iron? It will be strange if you don't die from pain. Yang Ming, why are you so bad? Xiao Qing was also a little amused. Your mouth, You don't know how to control your mouth. Hee, it's okay. We are used to quarreling. Yang Ming said indifferently. Sister Xiao Qing, you don't know. Last time I was riding a motorcycle on the road, and this violent girl actually shot at me. I was almost scared to death. Xiao Qing was silent and asked, Do you like her? Like her? Huh? Yang Ming laughed exaggeratedly. Are you kidding me? Xiao Qing shook her head and said nothing. Is it my illusion? But it doesn't matter. As long as Yang Ming is happy, it's fine. Yang Ming parked the car in front of a relatively large telecommunications store and then went in. Directly to the Nokia counter, Yang Ming asked, Do you have a Nokia N98 mobile phone here? Nokia N98? The salesperson said, Sir, this mobile phone hasn't been listed yet. Now in Nokia's high-end phone, the highest model is the N96. There is no N98. Not listed? Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and asked, If it isn't listed, where did I get this? Sorry, sir. You may have been cheated. This is a knockoff. The shape imitates Apple's iPhone. Nokia has not officially launched the N98 yet. The salesperson shrugged and said apologetically, knockoff? Yang Ming felt that his face was a little hot. Motherfucker, this Bai Hai actually dared to use a knockoff to confuse me? This is so embarrassing. If I had known, I would have checked it first. Yang Ming quickly put the mobile phone back into his pocket and said with some embarrassment that, maybe it is. This was given to me by a friend. Then you can show me the N96. Chapter 350. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The quality of the salesperson was still very good. He didn't ridicule Yang Ming for buying a counterfeit phone. Yang Ming scolded Bai Hai 10 times in his heart. He got a counterfeit phone, and let me come to the counter to embarrass myself. In fact, Bai Hai really couldn't be blamed for this. Bai Hai lost his cell phone 2 days ago. Because it was late, the big telecommunication centers were closed. Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai came to a small telecommunication store. After entering, Gu Xinyao, the rich girl, must have started to show off. She directly asked for the most expensive one. The owner of the telecommunication store was also black-hearted. He took out a counterfeit phone and boasted that it was Nokia's latest high-end phone, the N98. Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai didn't quite understand. They saw that it looked quite good, so they asked for the price. When the black-hearted boss saw Gu Xinyao's outfit, he knew that she was a rich person. He directly quoted a high price of 8,800. Gu Xinyao didn't say anything and paid for it. The quality of the current counterfeit phone was also good. Besides, this phone was used to fool people, so it was really good. Bai Hai used it for a few days and didn't find any flaws. In fact, the biggest difference between the counterfeit phone and the original phone was that the counterfeit phone wasn't smart. However, people at Bai Hai's level didn't need any smart functions at all, so he didn't see through it. The black-hearted boss also thought of this, so he dared to sell the phone to them. The salesperson brought two N96s. One was a limited edition, and the other was an ordinary black one. Then, he said to Yang Ming, "The limited edition is the latest version with 16 gigabytes of memory. The black one is the ordinary version with 8 gigabytes of memory. They look the same. This limited edition is so beautiful." Xiao Qing couldn't help but admire. "How much is the limited edition?" Yang Ming asked directly. "The limited edition is just listed, so the price is higher. The current price is 7,999 yuan. The black one is cheaper. The current price is 4,999 yuan. The salesperson introduced. "The limited edition is so much more expensive than the black one." Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. It was almost the same thing, but it could be sold at such an expensive price with just a little modification. "This price is set according to the factory price. We can't do anything about it," the salesperson said. "Can't it be cheaper?" Xiao Qing also felt that it was a bit expensive. Although Yang Ming was a rich man, he couldn't spend money recklessly. "How many do you want?" the salesman asked. "Of course I want one. I can't have one in my left hand and one in my right hand." Xiao Qing smiled. "Does your husband not want it? How about this? You can use the limited edition. It's fine for a girl to use a fancy one. Your husband can use a black one. It's perfect for couples. Even if you take out that counterfeit phone, it will make you look noble," the salesperson said. Yang Ming didn't mind. The awkwardness just now was because he had put his phone on the counter. So what if he used a knockoff machine outside? Anyway, it didn't matter if he was thick-skinned. However, the salesperson's words made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. The words "your husband" and "couple's phone" made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. So he simply nodded and said, "Then what's the price of buying two? If you buy two, you can enjoy the couple's price, which is a 10% discount." The salesperson said, "Well, you can issue the invoice." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Okay, please wait." The salesperson quickly issued the invoice happily. "It's such an expensive thing. Why are you in such a hurry to buy it?" Xiao Qing complained. "Isn't this saving time? We can go back and spend more time together." Since the salesperson already knew the relationship between the two, Yang Ming didn't avoid anything when he spoke. Anyway, no one knew them. After paying the money and testing the function of the phone, Yang Ming and Xiao Qing hurriedly left the telecommunications market. "Yang Ming, you are indeed very rich, but you can't just spend it." Xiao Qing looked at the phone in her hand that was worth more than 7,000 yuan. She felt that it wasn't worth so much money. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Qing. I'm going to start my own company soon. Of course, I won't rely on the money that my godfather left me for a lifetime." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Otherwise, how can I support you? It seems that I can spend a lot of money." Xiao Qing snorted. "In fact, your sister's own salary isn't low. If you include the dividends of the development project, I could get millions of yuan a year." "Really?" Yang Ming looked at Xiao Qing in surprise. He didn't expect Xiao Qing to be a little rich woman with an annual income of more than 1 million yuan. "Hee, you know the crisis, right? But you don't have to worry too much. You can start your own business after you graduate from university." Xiao Qing comforted Yang Ming. "At most, your sister will support you in the future. I don't want to be a gigolo." Yang Ming shook his head quickly. "But Sister Xiao Qing, you are so rich. Why don't you buy a car?" "Buy a car? The apartment I live in is next to the university. What do you think I need to buy a car? Just get in the car and get out?" Xiao Qing shrugged. "I had to go out to refuel once." "This is also true." Yang Ming nodded. "Sister Xiao Qing, why don't you consider buying a bigger house?" I'm alone. What do I need such a big house for?" "There is a house, but it is written in Song Hang's name. I don't plan to buy it." Xiao Qing sighed. "Besides, I am closer to my parents. I can visit them at any time. If I live in a big house, I will feel empty." Yang Ming felt that this was indeed the case after listening. However, when he heard that Song Heng actually occupied the house, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Didn't he go to Hong Kong? Why is he still occupying your house?" "It's not really my house. The new house was bought by me and Song Heng together. At that time, the house price was still relatively cheap. I borrowed some money and bought it, but it was written in his name at that time." Xiao Qing said indifferently. "Anyway, I haven't lived there for a day, and I have never regarded it as my house." "Right, Sister Xiao Qing, I felt strange when I was in Hong Kong. I haven't had time to ask you. Is it that when Song Hang said that you were a jinx, he meant that you're a white tiger?" Yang Ming looked at Xiao Qing with a deep meaning and asked. "You can say anything." Xiao Qing's face suddenly turned red. "It's just like that. How did Song Hang know that you're a white tiger? Did he see it?" Yang Ming asked. "What are you thinking? How could he have seen it? My body hasn't even been touched by him." After Xiao Qing finished this sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. Why am I like a little girl who is anxious to prove my innocence to my lover? "He knows because he asked the doctor. The doctor said that my fertility is a problem, and the bare part is also caused by this reason. It turns out to be like this. Song Hang is a real idiot." While Yang Ming scolded him, he was thanking Song Hang's heart for sending him such a good woman like Sister Xiao Qing. Cough, cough. Sister Xiao Qing was so happy that she was a little out of breath. She coughed. "Yang Ming, can you be so funny? Am I not telling the truth?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "You see, when I met him in Hong Kong this time, it was obvious that this guy was already regretting it." "Really? Anyway, I don't have any feelings for him. He is even stranger to me than a stranger. It's just that what he said is really disgusting," Xiao Qing said with some sadness. That day, what Song Hang said really hurt Xiao Qing's heart. However, Xiao Qing didn't care now. Since she and Yang Ming couldn't get married, then they definitely couldn't have children, so it wasn't a problem whether she could have children or not. Moreover, it was better she couldn't get pregnant than she could. Thinking of this, Xiao Qing's face was a little hot. I didn't expect that I would be obsessed with this matter now. It turned out that I only solved it myself when I had a physiological need. But now, when she thought of Yang Ming, she couldn't help but feel hot all over. Yang Ming drove directly to the apartment where Xiao Qing lived, and then the two people quickly went upstairs. As soon as they entered the house, they hugged each other. The satisfaction of loving each other and the excitement of having an affair instantly ignited the lust of the two people. Bai Hai gave the cell phone to Yang Ming. He didn't have a cell phone himself, so after dealing with Jing Xiaolu's matter, Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao took a taxi to the telecommunications market. Because the previous cell phone was easy to use, Bai Hai asked for the N98 cell phone as soon as he arrived at the Nokia counter. "Why are there so many people looking for the N98 today?" The salesman muttered to himself and then said to Bai Hai, "Sir, Nokia hasn't launched the N98 cell phone model yet. The current model is the N96. Oh, and 96. Impossible. I used the N98 a few days ago. Baihai retorted directly. Chapter 351. It's the black color, touchscreen, a mobile phone with a camera in front and back. Baihai explained, Sir, it seems that you're also a victim of the counterfeit phone. The salesperson said, just now, a gentleman brought a counterfeit N98 and wanted to buy the same model. According to him, it was given to him by a friend. It seems that there are a lot of victims. Just now, a friend gave it to me? Baihai was stunned and quickly asked carefully, what did that person look like? Was he about 20 years old, 180 centimeters tall, wearing a black trench coat? Yes, sir. Do you know him? The salesperson was stunned. Baihai slapped his thigh and said secretly, This is bad. I'm done for. He might as well not have flattered her at all. The person I just mentioned is Yang Ming, and Yang Ming took the mobile phone that I gave him to embarrass himself here. He will definitely vent his anger on me. Motherfucker, Baihai scolded. In a while, I will fucking smash the communication store. Brother Hai, is that person Brother Yang? Gu Xinyao asked with some fear. Most likely. Baihai smiled bitterly. What is this? I wanted to flatter him, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. Gu Xinyao was also full of sadness after listening. This is the end of it. Well, waiter, what is the most high-end model of Nokia here? Baihai could only think of a way not to save. Now the most high-end model is the limited edition of the Nokia N96. The price is $79.99. Seeing that the two people in front of him were definitely rich, the salesperson directly reported the price. Okay, you give me 3 units. Baihai said, Why 3 units? Do you have enough for one person? Gu Xinyao was a bit baffled. Although she didn't care about the money, she still felt that it was a waste of space to buy useless things. 2 units to give as gifts. Baihai said, I gave Brother Yang a counterfeit phone. I have to make up for it. That's right, but you don't need 2 units, right? It doesn't seem appropriate for you to give as gifts like this, right? Gu Xinyao wondered. Brother Yang has so many girlfriends. It's okay to give them as gifts. Baihai said, Well, I want 3 units. Gu Xinyao instructed. Gu Xinyao didn't even talk about the price and paid the money. The salesperson was so happy. Today, he made such a big deal. It seemed that he could get a lot of commission. In addition, a telecommunications store in the city was attacked by gangsters, and the owner of the store was seriously injured. Speaking of which, it was depressing. What kind of special operation was this? It was just going to a multi-level marketing company to arrest related people. There was no challenge at all. Since Xia Shui became a police officer, she participated in this kind of case the most. Those that were slightly more important would be excluded. Anyway, she was bored. Xia Shui was going to Lin Jiyun's house to sit down and inquire about Yang Ming. Xia Shui asked the driver to park the car near Lin Jiyun's house. Then, she got off the car and went to Lin Jiyun's house. Because she had been here once, and Xia Shui, as a police officer, had an extraordinary memory. Xia Shui knocked on the door, but no one came to open the door for a long time. Just when Xia Shui thought that no one was inside, she heard Lin Jiyun's voice. Who is it? Lin Jiyun? I am Xia Shui. Xia Shui said. Oh, it's Sister Xia Shui. The door was opened. Lin Jiyun poked her head out and said, Why are you here? I just finished a mission. I came to see you on the way. Xia Shui said. Come in. Lin Jiyun quickly let Xia Shui in. Then, she closed the door and sat on the sofa with a limp. I'm sorry, Sister Xia Shui. My leg hasn't recovered yet. You can sit anywhere you want. Okay, I'm being presumptuous. Xia Shui said, What happened that day? Nothing much. I was just entangled by a group of punks. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Things had passed. She didn't want to mention it. Hee. Do you want to catch them? Xia Shui smiled. Forget it. Yang Ming also taught them a lesson that day. Lin Jiyun didn't want to pursue anything. After all, there were still her classmates among them. Right. How did you and Yang Ming meet? Don't tell me that he is really your boyfriend. At that time, I thought you definitely didn't know him. Otherwise, You wouldn't keep saying that you want to bring him to justice. Xia Shui was a woman with strong curiosity, so she couldn't help but ask. This. Lin Jiyun's face turned red because of Xia Shui's words. He saved me before, so I don't intend to pursue anything. Lin Jiyun simply explained, but she didn't say the details. After all, selling her body wasn't a glorious thing. Oh, just saving you? Xia Shui frowned and asked unrelentingly. Even if he saved you, he can't force you to do that with him. Actually, Lin Jiyun was a little overwhelmed by Xia Shui's question, but she also knew that if she continued to be entangled like this, it would definitely arouse Xia Shui's suspicion. Although Lin Jiyun felt that Xia Shui was a good person, she was a policewoman. Lin Jiyun was afraid that if she said too much, Xia Shui would find trouble with Yang Ming. So she simply said, "Actually, I like Yang Ming before. Oh, it turns out that you have a secret crush on him." No wonder. Xia Shui nodded. This time, there was no doubt. Then, you're now boyfriend and girlfriend? Kind of. Lin Jiyun nodded with a red face. It was just a disguise. Lin Jiyun didn't say this. Xia Shui nodded and smiled understandingly. She thought that Lin Jiyun was embarrassed. Then he doesn't know about the incident at that time. And he wasn't awake at that time. Now it seems that he has no impression of me. Lin Jiyun nodded. Then, you're not going to tell him? Let him feel guilty, and he will treat you better, right? Xia Shui said. I don't want him to blame himself because of this incident. If it is really because of this incident, he will definitely not be happy with me out of guilt. Lin Jiyun shook her head. You're just too kind. Why are you thinking about him? Let him feel guilty. Xia Shui sighed with disappointment. If I were you, I would have told him already. It's okay. I think it's good now. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Sister Xia Shui, can you help me keep it a secret? Yeah, okay, I won't tell him. Xia Shui promised, but Lin Jiyun, you have to think about it clearly. You were still a virgin before that, right? You aren't now. If Yang Ming finds out that you aren't when you do it with him in the future, will he have any thoughts? Are you willing to be misunderstood by him? Let's talk about it when the time comes. Lin Jiyun blushed and said hesitantly, Yang Ming and I are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. How can we do it? This Xia Shui, she can really say anything. Although the man who doesn't care about this is the man who really loves you. If you really like Yang Ming, it's best not to use this to try. If he is a narrow-minded man, the one who will suffer in the end is still yourself. Xia Shui said, I know, Sister Xia Shui. Now, I haven't reached that step with him yet. Let's talk about it later. Lin Jiyun said perfunctorily. What a strange couple. Xia Shui shook her head and knew that Lin Jiyun wouldn't listen to her, so she didn't say anything more. Seeing that Lin Jiyun's leg hadn't recovered, she got up and said, Lin Jiyun, then I will go back first. You have a good rest. If there is anything, call me directly. This is my phone number. As Xia Shui said this, she took out her business card and handed it to Lin Jiyun. Okay, Sister Xia Shui, thank you for coming to see me. Lin Jiyun took the business card and said, I won't send you off. It's inconvenient for me to stand up. It's okay. I can go by myself. Xia Shui went out and then locked the door for Lin Jiyun before she left. Lin Jiyun was in the room, but she sighed faintly. Could it be that I really look forward to further development with Yang Ming? No, didn't I already decide not to have anything to do with him? But why didn't I feel a sense of rejection when Xia Shui talked about me and Yang Ming? Instead, I felt a little joy. Chapter 352. In the afternoon, Yang Ming came out from Xiaoqing's house and looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, it was impossible to go to class. Since he had nothing to do, Yang Ming was ready to go to Lin Jiyun's house to see her. Yang Ming decided to make a trip to Fong Tian's house. He remembered that Fong Tian had a special medicine for fall injuries. It should be good for Lin Jiyun's injury. Yang Ming wanted to get it yesterday, but because the key to Fong Tian's house was left in the dormitory, he could only go again today. After returning to the dormitory to get the key that Fong Tian left here, Yang Ming drove to Fong Tian's house. As he took out the key to open the door, suddenly a hand patted on Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming was shocked. During this time, his intuition and reaction ability had improved significantly. However, Yang Ming didn't feel the presence of the person who patted him from behind. "Who is it?" Yang Ming turned around abruptly and looked behind him in astonishment. The hand suddenly disappeared. There was no one behind Yang Ming. Not to mention a person, there wasn't even a feather. Looking at the empty alley, Yang Ming was creeped out. "Motherfucker, it's broad daylight. Can it be so unlucky? Could it be my illusion?" To put it bluntly, the feeling that Yang Ming felt now was that the person who came wasn't a person at all, but a ghost. Yang Ming frowned and looked at the surrounding environment. It seems to be quite normal, right? It's impossible to hide someone who I can't find out, right? Yang Ming forcibly dispelled his inexplicable thoughts. Then he opened the door of Fong Tian's house, walked in, and closed the door. Then he quickly entered the innermost room, pulled out a big box from under the bed, and searched for the fall medicine. Although Fong Tian had a lot of things, they were arranged neatly. Yang Ming didn't spend much effort to find the fall medicine. It was a big bottle. Yang Ming didn't have a small bottle to divide it into, so he could only hold it in his hand. "I'll give it back after I finish using it." Yang Ming took the medicine bottle and walked out of the door. As he just left the courtyard and was about to lock the door, he suddenly heard something in the house. Yang Ming frowned. He wanted to see what it was, but at this time, his cell phone rang. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to the things in the house. He locked the door and hurriedly picked up the phone. "Hello." Yang Ming's cell phone. "Brother Yang? I'm by Hai's voice's phone's call." "By Hai? What's the matter?" When Yang Ming heard that it was him, he couldn't help but frown. His voice was a little cold. "You want to fool me with a counterfeit phone?" "That. Brother Yang, where are you now?" Bai Hai couldn't see Yang Ming's expression, so he didn't know that Yang Ming was very angry now. "I'm in front of Lin Jiyun's house," Yang Ming said coldly. "Yesterday, she broke her leg. I came to see her." Bai Hai suddenly remembered this. This time, he also heard the displeasure in Yang Ming's tone. He thought that Yang Ming was angry because of yesterday's incident, so he felt that it was time for him to perform. So he quickly said, "Brother Yang, Guxin Yao, and I also feel that we were wrong yesterday. We want to see sister-in-law. Let's do this. Guxin Yao, and I will go over now." "You too? Come over?" Yang Ming hesitated, but he felt that Guxin Yao and Lin Jiyun should apologize. So he said, "Well, do you know Shanty Town?" He heard Guxin Yao's voice on the other side. "I know. I have Sister Lin's address here." Then it was by Hai's voice. "Guxin Yao knows. Let's go over now." "Okay," Yang Ming said faintly and hung up the phone. He walked to Lin Jiyun's house. On the other side, Bai Hai and Guxin Yao were busy. They first bought a big fruit basket, then some nutritional products. They rushed to Lin Jiyun's house with the newly bought mobile phones. "Lin Jiyun still doesn't have a mobile phone, right?" In the taxi, Bai Hai asked. "And know why," said Guxin Yao. "Hee, I'm still smart. Look, I bought 2 mobile phones. Then, I can give one to her and one to Brother Yang." Bai Hai said proudly. "Yeah, why didn't I think of it?" Guxin Yao nodded. "I hope that Brother Yang won't be angry with us. Actually, I think Brother Yang doesn't mean to blame us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recommended me to Brother Bao." Bai Hai shook his head and said, "Now, Brother Yang may be a little dissatisfied because of Lin Jiyun's injury yesterday. So, you must have a better attitude later. Don't treat Lin Jiyun like before. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. I know what to do." Without Bai Hai's instruction, Guxin Yao knew what she should do. Originally, she was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now that Lin Jiyun had Yang Ming as a backer, her status naturally rose. Even if she was on a rocket, she couldn't catch up. No matter how badass Bai Hai was, he couldn't surpass Brother Bao. Therefore, Guxin Yao was now willing to call Lin Jiyun as Sister Lin. Then I won't say much. Brother Yang may have a good temper, but I can see that he doesn't care about other things. If it involves his woman, Brother Yang won't be so easy to talk to. So, you must pay attention in the future." Bai Hai said, that Wu Xinkai ended up like this? Who asked him to have designs on Brother Yang's woman? Gu Xinyao had come to Lin Jiyun's house once. It was from that time that Gu Xinyao began to look down on Lin Jiyun. How could a little poor girl compare to a rich girl like her? Because Lin Jiyun was prettier than her, Gu Xinyao began to target Lin Jiyun everywhere. She didn't expect that the tables would turn. The slums that made her frown now actually had a rush here, and it was with the consent of the other party. Yang Ming came to Lin Jiyun's door and knocked on the door. After sending Xia Shui away, Lin Jiyun was ready to go back to her room to read for a while. She didn't expect there to be another knock on the door. Could it be that Xia Shui forgot something? Lin Jiyun quickly came to the door and asked, "Is it Sister Xia Shui?" "Xia Shui?" Yang Ming said, "I'm Yang Ming." "Ah." Lin Jiyun quickly opened the door after listening and said, "Yang Ming, why are you here?" Because she had just discussed Yang Ming's matter with Xia Shui, Lin Jiyun's face was still a little red when she saw Yang Ming. "I came to see you. I'll give you some medicine." Yang Ming raised his hand and showed the medicine to Lin Jiyun. Then he asked, "What did you just say about Xia Shui? Is she coming too?" "No. Sister Xia Shui just came, and now she has left." Lin Jiyun said, "I just thought it was her. It turned out to be like this. Why did Xia Shui come here?" Yang Ming frowned because his relationship with Lin Jiyun was very complicated and delicate. Xia Shui was an insider. Yang Ming was afraid that she would say something unfavorable to him. This violent girl didn't have a filter on her mouth. She didn't necessarily deliberately say bad things about him, but he was afraid that it was unintentional. "Nothing. She just came to see my injury." Lin Jiyun said, "Wasn't she the one who sent me here yesterday?" Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun and didn't say anything. Undoubtedly, Lin Jiyun was lying. It had been like this since yesterday. Not only did she hide the fact that she knew Xia Shui before, but she was also obviously lying today. Because Xia Shui sent her to the alley entrance yesterday, she didn't come in at all. It was impossible for her to know the specific address of Lin Jiyun's home. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to pursue this problem. Since Lin Jiyun wanted to hide it, then let her hide it. "Oh, don't worry about her. Come, you sit on the sofa. I will apply the medicine for your leg," said Yang Ming. "Yesterday, I have already applied it myself." Lin Jiyun pointed her leg and said, "Do you still want to apply it again? And this medicine is very useful. The effect should be better than yesterday's." Yang Ming said, "If that's the case, then okay." Lin Jiyun nodded. In fact, she also had a lot of hope, but she didn't want Yang Ming to waste his effort. Although Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming had already had a physical relationship before, it was also in a state of unconsciousness. Now, when Yang Ming's hand touched her calf, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but tremble a little. Moreover, a sense of dryness walked through her body in an instant. Lin Jiyun groaned slightly. She didn't know if it was because of the pain or because of the strange feeling of her calf being touched by the opposite sex. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" "Then I will try to be gentle." Yang Ming was going to use the technique that Fong Tian taught him to massage Lin Jiyun, but when he heard her groan, he had to give up and carefully applied the medicine. Chapter 353. Yang Ming didn't dare to use more force. He had to gently rub Lin Jiyun's wound back and forth, but his strength was light, as if he was caressing. Yang Ming didn't think so much, but the person involved, Lin Jiyun, was different. She was uncomfortable because of Yang Ming. There was a feeling of being crawled by ants, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She had to endure it silently with a red face. But fortunately, Yang Ming didn't intend to take advantage of Lin Jiyun. After helping her apply the medicine, he stood up. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly lowered her head to pull down her pants. It didn't matter if Yang Ming was here, but it wasn't good to be seen by outsiders, so she didn't care that the medicine on it had not completely dried up. But at this moment, Yang Ming wanted to get up, and Lin Jiyun was about to lower her head. The two people went up and down, and their foreheads unconsciously touched each other. It wasn't very forceful, but it was very awkward. It was like a scene in a movie. Besides the awkwardness, it made Lin Jiyun's heart beat faster. Who is it? Yang Ming guessed that it was probably Bai Hai who came over. Brother Yang, I am Bai Hai. Sure enough, Bai Hai's voice came from outside the door. Wait a minute. As Yang Ming said, he went straight to Lin Jiyun's side and put his coat on her. Then he whispered, Gu Xinyao and her boyfriend came to see you. You're wearing pajamas. It's not very good. It would be troublesome if you were exposed. Lin Jiyun's face was red. Yes, she didn't wear anything inside. So, after listening to Yang Ming's words, she quickly wrapped the coat around her body. Yang Ming saw that there was no problem, so he walked over and opened the door. Brother Yang, where do I put this? Bai Hai came in with a huge fruit basket. The fruit in it was estimated to be almost as big as a small fruit stall. Put on the ground. Yang Ming pointed to an empty place and said, Ugh. Okay. Bai Hai originally had a hard time walking with a fruit basket. He walked sideways like a crab. Generally, when others gave gifts, there would be someone to receive them, but Yang Ming didn't have time to care about him. Bai Hai didn't dare to trouble Yang Ming. He began to do a difficult squat. I haven't exercised for a long time. My kung fu isn't good. If Brother Yang were to exercise personally, he would definitely be much better than me. Lin Jiyun was a little surprised. She just harmed me yesterday. Why did she bring a gift to see me today? She didn't go to school today, so naturally, she didn't know what happened at school. Big sister, I'm wrong. Gu Xinyao listened to Lin Jiyun's question and quickly bowed respectfully. Gu Xinyao. What are you doing? What did you just call me? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She looked at Gu Xinyao inexplicably. Gu Xinyao just wanted to speak, but she saw Yang Ming's sharp eyes staring at her. Gu Xinyao was shocked and immediately understood. Yang Ming didn't want her to reveal too much. When she thought of Lin Jiyun's usual kindness and innocence, Gu Xinyao understood Yang Ming's intention. Yang Ming didn't want her to be polluted by these things in society. Gu Xinyao thought, it turns out that Brother Yang likes this kind of pure girl. It seems that I really have no hope. Sister Lin, aren't you older than me? I'll call you Big Sister. Gu Xinyao explained. We're both classmates. You could just call me Jiyun. Lin Jiyun was a little surprised. What happened to Gu Xinyao today? It's okay. This is what I should do. Gu Xinyao said quickly, Sister Lin, it was my fault in the past. You see that I'm still young and not sensible. Don't take it to heart, okay? Gu Xinyao, we're both classmates. It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. It's okay. I don't blame you. Lin Jiyun had decided to ignore Gu Xinyao, but she saw that she was very sincere, so she forgave her. Thank you, Sister Lin. We were all bewitched by Wu Xinkai. He has already received the corresponding punishment. Bai Hai also said quickly. Lin Jiyun nodded. As for what happened to Wu Xinkai, she wasn't very concerned. Right, Sister Lin, I bought. Bai Hai just wanted to say that he bought a cell phone, but he was pulled by Gu Xinyao, so he quickly shut up. Sister Lin, Bai Hai, and I just went to the mall to buy clothes. When we participated in the lottery, we won 2 cell phones. Both of us have cell phones, but it's useless. I'll give it to you and Brother Yang. Gu Xinyao took out the cell phone and put on a coffee table. She knew Lin Jiyun's character very well. If she said that she bought it deliberately, Lin Jiyun would definitely not accept it. So, it was better to say that she won it from the lottery, so that there was no reason to refuse. This isn't very good, right? Lin Jiyun quickly declined. I don't need this thing, right? We don't need it. Sister Lin, you also know that the cell phone is secondhand. I can't sell it for much money. It's better to give it to a friend. Gu Xinyao explained, if you don't want it, I can only throw it away. You also know that I don't lack this money. If you want me to sell in the secondhand market, I don't have the time. If that's the case, I will accept it. Right? This cell phone should be very expensive, right? Lin Jiyun looked at the high-end packaging of the cell phone and hesitated. Who knows? Anyway, it's free. Bai Hai also said quickly, it's just a prize. Yang Ming saw the double act of the two in his eyes. He thought, only a girl like Lin Jiyun who has no social experience will believe what they say. Lottery. It's possible to draw one, but how can it be possible to draw two of the same cell phones? Can it take all the good things in the world? It's obviously nonsense. However, Lin Jian really believed this kind of funny thing. She naively praised, "You are really lucky. I have never won a prize, but I rarely buy clothes." If it were before, Gu Xinyao would definitely laugh at Lin Jiyun's words. She was a poor girl. Of course, she didn't have money to buy clothes, but now it was different. Laugh. Unless her brain was pierced. If she pissed off Yang Ming, she would end up like Wu Xinkai. Probably, even if Wu Xinkai was discharged from the hospital, Brother Bao wouldn't put him in an important position. Sister Lin, you are born beautiful. You are beautiful in any clothes. Unlike me, if I don't wear some outstanding clothes, I will be ignored. Gu Xinyao said, Sister Lin, if you dress up, you will attract a group of flies, so you are right to be low-key. Although Lin Jiyun wasn't a girl who loved vanity, she was still a little happy when she heard Gu Xinyao's affirmation. Yang Ming said in his heart, this couple is really the best. They have a set of tricks, and they also have a set of flattery. They are really fucking the best villains. However, this kind of bad guy really has a place to stand. Was he shown in history a bad guy? Not only was he a bad guy, but he was also a bad guy. However, the imperial court still needs him. Therefore, Yang Ming was also observing. If Bai Hai could really take on a heavy responsibility, he might as well give him some things to do. There were always a lot of topics between women. Even though the relationship between Gu Xinyao and Lin Jiyun wasn't good before, under Gu Xinyao's deliberate flattery, the two people quickly got along well with each other and chatted about something. However, Bai Hai had nothing to do, so he chatted with Yang Ming. Brother Yang, you used to mingle around? Bai Hai asked carefully. I used to mingle around. Yang Ming nodded. It was a long time ago. Now, I'm out of that circle. Then, you entered the detention center because... Bai Hai was a little curious. Motherfucker, is there anyone who asks like that? Yang Ming was annoyed. Don't hit people in the face. Don't expose people's shortcomings. Don't you know? Yang Ming couldn't tell him that the reason he entered the detention center was because of XX Lin Jiyun, right? That would make him seem too filthy, especially when Lin Jiyun was still in front of him. If he said it out loud, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed? Besides, even if Lin Jiyun wasn't present, this kind of private thing couldn't be told to Bai Hai. Therefore, Yang Ming thought about it. It was better to confuse right and wrong. It could also play a role in deterring Bai Hai. So he said faintly, murder. Yang Ming did kill people, but he killed them when he was acting bravely. It wasn't a secret. Originally, this was done by him, so he wasn't afraid of Bai Hai inquiring about it. Oh, it turned out to be murder. What? Murder? Bai Hai was shocked and looked at Yang Ming in horror. Brother Yang, you aren't joking, right? Chapter 354. Do you think it's interesting to joke about this kind of thing? Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai and shook his head mysteriously. Ugh, Brother Yang, you know, this killing isn't a joke. Bai Hai felt that his head began to sweat. Brother Yang is too scary, right? He actually killed people before? Hee, it's a matter of the past. I just killed a small fry. Yang Ming said faintly. What's his name? Right, Ji Shuisheng seems to be it. What? Ji Shuisheng? Brother Yang, old chicken was killed by you? Bai Hai was surprised. The news that Ji Shuisheng was killed wasn't a secret in the underworld. It was just that Yang Ming didn't announce it at the time, so they didn't know who killed him. This guy was flirting with my friend, so I taught him a lesson. As a result, I was too heavy-handed, so he died. Yang Ming said without any emotion. Friend? Ji Shuisheng is a man, so the one who was flirting with must be a woman. Bai Hai couldn't help but shudder. He was lucky. It seems that if the police didn't arrive in time yesterday, something might have happened. Today, he saw Brother Yang's skill with his own eyes. What kind of person was Ji Shuisheng? He was the underworld's gold medal fighter. He was actually killed by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's strength could be imagined. It's good that he died. Bai Hai praised against his will. He quickly lowered his body to show that his identity was lower than Yang Ming's. After he laughed twice, he didn't dare to continue this topic. Damn, I was really an idiot before. I didn't even know that I was at the gates of hell. Yesterday, I thought that Yang Ming was a stupid rich guy. I didn't expect him to be such a ruthless person. Bai Hai felt that he was ruthless enough, but he was just a little punk in the underworld. Compared to Yang Ming, who killed people, he was nothing. Yes, it was my first time killing someone. I didn't know how to control my strength, so I died on the spot. Yang Ming nodded and said indifferently, "Tell me, if he died 2 days later, would it have nothing to do with me?" Mother, oh my God, first time killing someone? How many more times have you killed? Bai Hai was so scared that his calves began to cramp. However, since Yang Ming was talking to him, he couldn't ignore him. So, he could only force himself to be calm and said, "Brother Yang, you are acting bravely for a just cause. It's fine even if you beat him to death." That's true. Yang Ming nodded. But I still like to keep a low profile. Low-key? How could this be considered low-key? Then what would it be like if you were to be high profile? Bai Hai was depressed for a while. He could only say embarrassedly, "That's right. Brother Yang, you're a big shot. It's normal to keep a low profile." Yang Ming nodded and patted Bai Hai's shoulder. "Young man, not bad. I think highly of you." Bai Hai nodded as if he understood. Although he felt that it was glorious to be thought highly of by Brother Yang, after all, Brother Yang wasn't his direct boss. Anyway, Brother Yang could talk to Brother Bao. So, Bai Hai quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Yang. You found me in the sea of people and recommended me. I, Bai Hai, am really lucky to be recognized by Brother Yang. Brother Yang, you my talent scout." "Damn, you're so proud of yourself?" Yang Ming glared at Bai Hai and scolded, "Do you really think that you're a fine horse?" Hee, I'm not a fine horse, but Brother Yang, you're a super talent scout. If you say that I can do it, then I can do it. Even if I can't, I can," Bai Hai said with a servile look. "You are really self-aware," Yang Ming said as he curled his lips. Gu Xinyao chatted with Lin Jiyun for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, she got up and said goodbye to Bai Hai. Yang Ming didn't ask them to stay. He still wanted to be alone with Lin Jiyun. These two people, it's fine as long as they express their feelings. "Why are you still here?" After Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao left, Lin Jiyun asked Yang Ming curiously, "Yang Ming, why did the two of them come to my house?" Although Lin Jiyun was simple, she wasn't stupid. Yesterday, Gu Xinyao's attitude toward her was very bad. Today, there was a 180-degree change. How is this possible? I don't know. Maybe they found their conscience? Yang Ming said perfunctorily. "Nonsense. Did you say something to them?" Lin Jiyun had some doubts about Yang Ming. Because today's things were too weird. "Yes, I have some friendship with Bai Hai's boss, so they came today." Yang Ming hesitated and decided to tell the truth. "Jiyun, you have to be careful in the future. Don't trust other people's words in the future. Only you're the kindest. Others are bullying you. Now you are clear. If I didn't know Bai Hai's boss, would they come to see you today? It's good enough that they don't find ways to continue to trouble you." "I know." Lin Jiyun lowered her head after being scolded by Yang Ming. "Yes, in fact, Yang Ming is right. I think too highly of others. Fortunately, Yang Ming can appear in time every time, but what if Yang Ming can't come in time? I can't rely on him for a lifetime, right? Well, I know you're a kind girl. Forget it. I will put in more effort in the future." Yang Ming sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I have to trouble you every time." Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment after hearing it. "Forget it. It's nothing." Yang Ming shook his head and said in his heart, "Just think of it as I owe you." "Right, Yang Ming, this cell phone should be very expensive, right?" Lin Jiyun picked up the cell phone on the table and looked at the packaging outside. "I've seen this cell phone in a magazine advertisement. It seems to be the latest model of Nokia, right?" "Maybe." Yang Ming wasn't afraid to tell the truth now, because Bai Hai had left. He wasn't afraid that Lin Jiyun wouldn't accept it. Moreover, even if he didn't say it, Lin Jiyun would inquire about it herself. So there is no need to hide this at all. It's about 7,000 yuan, and this is a limited edition. It's more precious. Lin Jiyun was shocked. More than 7,000? Why is it so expensive? No, I have to return it to Gu Xinyao. Hee hee. Even if you return it to her, she still has to accept it. Yang Ming smiled and said, Jiyun, the reason why she gave you the cell phone wasn't because she was kind. Moreover, she apologized to you today, not because she had a conscience. Why? Isn't it because you are my wife, Yang Ming? Huh? Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and opened her mouth wide. That wife? Hee, I'm sorry. I have been pretending to be your boyfriend for a few days. I unconsciously put myself in the role. Yang Ming also realized his slip of the tongue and said awkwardly, It's okay. I know. Lin Jiyun nodded. He didn't know if she said that she knew Yang Ming's slip of the tongue, or that she knew the real reason why Gu Xinyao apologized to her. So, you don't have to be embarrassed. She gave you the fruit basket and cell phone because she was afraid that I would hold them accountable. Yang Ming said, If you still can't accept it, then consider it as a gift from me. She gave it to me first, then I will give it to you. Okay, then I will accept it. Lin Jiyun nodded. If it was a gift from Yang Ming, then it was still acceptable. Right? Do you have a SIM card? I will give you one tomorrow. It will be more convenient to contact so that you don't have to look for a public phone when you ask for help next time. Yang Ming smiled. What are you talking about? How can I be so unlucky? Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment. I hope so. Yang Ming also thought, Sister Lin, can you not be so unlucky? All the unlucky things have happened to you. If you didn't have me, what would you do? Yang Ming thought with some arrogance. Right, Yang Ming, didn't you promise me to be a tutor? It's tonight. Are you ready? Lin Jiyun suddenly thought of a very important thing and quickly said to Yang Ming, Tutor? Yang Ming patted the back of his head and said apologetically, I really forgot. Is there still time? I will go there immediately. There's still more than half an hour. There is definitely enough time. The key is that you aren't prepared? Lin Jiyun said, It's okay. Isn't it just a junior high school problem? No problem. Yang Ming nodded confidently. Well, don't embarrass me. Lin Jiyun smiled. The child is a little introverted. Don't scare him. I know. You can rest assured. I still have confidence in dealing with a little kid. Yang Ming said, Wait for my triumphant return. Lin Jiyun smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, she took out a notebook and handed it to Yang Ming. This is what I sorted out last night. Some of the weaknesses of this student. You can take a look at it on the way so that you can target it. Chapter 355. Yang Ming nodded and took the notes. It seemed that Lin Jiyun was really attentive. He wanted to stay for a while, but because of the tutoring matter, he had to give up. Driving according to the address given by Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming came to the door of the second-year student's home. Yang Ming sighed. Chen Mingyan, I'm sorry. I wanted to look for you at night. I hope you don't blame me. Yang Ming knocked on the door. After a while, the voice of a housewife came from inside. Who is it? Hello, I am Wu Zhongjia's tutor. Yang Ming looked at the piece of paper in his hand and said. The student's name was written on it. Oh, little Lin introduced you. The housewife opened the door and nodded to Yang Ming. You are? Hello, Auntie. My name is Yang Ming. I'm also a student at Songjiang Industry University. I'm in the computer science department. Yang Ming introduced himself. I'm Lin Jiyun's classmate. Her leg is injured, so she can't come to class. I'm substituting for her for a few classes. Oh, little Yang, come in. The housewife said, Sorry to trouble you. Don't worry. I won't pay you less for the tutoring fee. Annie, the tutoring fee is secondary. I'm here to help Lin Jiyun. Right, where is Wu Zhongjia? Yang Ming nodded and asked with a smile. Wu Zhongjia, come out. The housewife shouted a few times, and a lazy voice came from upstairs. Mom, if it isn't Sister Jiyun, you should let him go, a boy said with a male voice. Apparently, he was in the puberty stage. I'm sorry, little Yang. My son is more willful. Look, I'll bring you up. The housewife said embarrassedly. It's okay, Annie. Let's go up. Yang Ming nodded and said. He didn't care. He was just a little kid. He was just at an age where he liked to be rebellious. Yang Ming was also at this age. He had a deep understanding of that era. Didn't he also rebel back then? Because of Suya, he skipped class and mingled in the underworld. While going up the stairs, Yang Ming began to look around the house. Judging from the layout of this house, this kind of duplex suite was not cheap. The upper and lower floors added up to more than 200 square meters. Moreover, the decoration of the house was very exquisite. From the furnishings, it could be seen that this was a rich family. However, what Yang Ming cared about was not this, but the problem of Wu Zhongjie. A rich kid like this was really hard to get along with. I don't know how Lin Jiyun endured it. This kind of young master's temper doesn't seem to be easy to serve. The housewife stopped in front of a room, knocked on the door, and said, "Wu Zhongjie, open the door for Mom. Your tutor is here." "Didn't I tell you?" "Except for Sister Jiyun, you could just let the rest of them go back." Wu Zhongjie's hoarse voice continued to come out from the room. "Zhongjie, what are you doing? You're going to have your final exam soon. Don't you have questions to ask?" The housewife said reproachfully, "I am Mom, don't worry about me. Let him go. Given the tutoring fee. Let him go." Wu Zhongjie said impatiently. "This child." The housewife shook her head helplessly. She looked at Yang Ming and said, "I'm sorry, little Yang. Why don't we just forget about it? I will give you the tutoring fee. I can't let you come here for nothing." "That's not necessary. Do you want me to try again?" Yang Ming smiled at the housewife. "Well, then you talk to Wu Zhongjie. Both of you are about the same age. It should be easy to communicate." The housewife nodded and said, "I will go down first. It's not good for me to stay here. If it really doesn't work, then forget about it. This child is more stubborn." "Okay, I got it. Don't worry, Annie. Just leave it to me," Yang Ming said. "About the same age? Sweat. I'm a few years older than him." However, in the eyes of his housewife, her son and I are about the same age. Seeing that the housewife went downstairs, Yang Ming didn't hold back and knocked on the door twice. "Motherfucker, little brat, do you think I can't control you? I already told you to get out. Didn't you hear me?" Obviously, Wu Zhongjie had been paying attention to the movement outside the door. He also heard the words that Yang Ming said to his mother. "Open the door. Hurry up. Don't waste time," Yang Ming said with a frown. "Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, then stand outside. I want to accompany you," Wu Zhongjie said with a hum. "Stand outside? You want to do it yourself?" Yang Ming snorted. "I can't go in if the door is locked. You're looking down on me too much." Yang Ming took out a paperclip from his pocket. This was what Fong Tian told him to bring with him at all times. In many cases, this little thing would be of great use. For example, breaking the door, or even killing people. Yang Ming straightened the paperclip and then inserted it into the keyhole. He moved it back and forth a few times. He pulled the door handle and the door was opened. However, the people in the room didn't seem to notice that Yang Ming had opened the door because he was listening to music and reading comics with headphones. Wu Zhongjie was annoyed that Yang Ming was talking to him again, so he simply ignored him. He put on his headphones and started reading comics. His original intention was to pretend that he didn't hear Yang Ming knocking on the door, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to come in directly. Yang Ming turned around and locked the door. Then he went straight to Wu Zhongjie's side and pulled off the earplugs on his head. "Who? What are you doing?" Wu Zhongjie was stunned. He looked up and saw a stranger sneering at him. He was shocked. "Who are you? How did you come in?" "I'm your home tutor. Hurry up and learn," Yang Ming said with a cold hum. "Who are you? Who do I think you are? It's useless for you to come in. Don't bother me. Hurry up and get out." Wu Zhongjie didn't want to bother with Yang Ming. "Damn, do you think I want to bother with you? If I didn't promise Lin Jiyun, do you think I would come?" Seeing that Yang Ming didn't leave and was still staring at him, Wu Zhongjie suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He frowned and then said to Yang Ming, "Where is Sister Jiyun? Why didn't she come?" "She hurt her leg. I will be your substitute during this time." Yang Ming casually found a chair and sat down. "What is your relationship with Sister Jiyun?" asked Wu Zhongjie. "Why do you care about my relationship?" Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. This little kid is quite troublesome. You're not suitable for Sister Jiyun. You should give up on that idea. Wu Zhongjie looked at Yang Ming and said coldly, "What do you mean that I'm not suitable? What are you talking about?" Yang Ming was stunned. "You know what I'm talking about." Wu Zhongjie snorted and said, "Didn't you want to please Sister Jiyun? So you came to be her tutor? Don't think that I don't know what you were thinking. Curry favor? Why should I curry favor with her? If Jiyun didn't say that you are about to have an exam, do you think I will come?" Yang Ming said disdainfully. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. You are really acting." Wu Zhongjie smiled and said, "I will take care of the exam results myself. You don't have to worry about me. You can go. Since I am here, I have to be responsible for you." Yang Ming thought, if I go back like this, Lin Jiyun will scold me. See? The fox's tail is out, right? Be responsible for me. Why is it so funny? This is the first time I heard of it. Wu Zhongjie smiled and said, "I didn't pay you less for tutoring. You still don't want to leave. If you don't want to please Sister Jiyun, then what are you doing? Let me tell you, kid, I'm going to introduce Sister Jiyun to my cousin. If you're like this, you should leave early." Cousin? Wu Zhongjie. Wu Xinkai. His cousin wouldn't be Wu Xinkai, right? Yang Ming asked with some surprise. Your cousin is Wu Xinkai. Who is Wu Xinkai? Wu Zhongjie asked. It seems that I thought wrongly. Yang Ming shook his head and said nothing. Then who is your cousin? My cousin. Why do you care who my cousin is? Wu Zhongjie just casually made up a relative. In fact, there was no such person. What cousin? He didn't even have a cousin. It was just that at Wu Zhongjie's age, when he met a girl like Lin Jiyun who had a strong affinity, he subconsciously regarded her as his own sister. Therefore, when he saw Yang Ming, he was unhappy. I don't have time to care who he is. Okay, are you done wasting time? If you're done, I will start tutoring. If there is anything you don't know, just ask. Yang Ming said with some impatience. I am a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. If you are not afraid of death, then continue to stay here. Wu Zhongjie threatened. Yang Ming sneered. I know a big brother in the underworld. If you bother me again, I will ask him to kill you. Wu Zhongjie saw that the threat was not effective, so he continued. Yang Ming still sneered. Chapter 356. What do you want? Wu Zhongjie was a little impatient. Nothing much, kid. Don't use your ignorance to challenge my patience. Yang Ming grabbed Wu Zhongjie's collar and lifted him up. Motherfucker, let me tell you. If it weren't for Jiyun's request that I can't refuse, do you think I'm willing to waste time with a little brat like you? Let me go. Wu Zhongjie was shocked. Although he wasn't heavy, he was still 100 kilograms. The person in front of him could actually lift him up with one hand. How much strength did that require? Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He directly took him to the chair in front of the desk and put him down. Wu Zhongjie's but hurt from the fall, but when he saw Yang Ming's evil face, he didn't dare to make a sound. He had to sit in front of the desk obediently. However, he didn't intend to study, so he just sat there. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He sat on the chair next to him and crossed his legs. He looked at Wu Zhongjie's room. It was a typical room of a single man. Wu Zhongjie probably rarely let his mother come in. There was a thick stack of dirty clothes piled up in the corner. A basketball was thrown casually by the bed. Game consoles and comic books were placed everywhere. In the corner of the bookshelf, there were also a few pornographic discs. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. This child's room was simply a portrayal of himself in the past. What are you laughing at? Wu Zhongjie saw Yang Ming suddenly laugh and was a little unhappy. The discs on your bookshelf are good. They are the original ones. Yang Ming saw the original adult porn discs for the first time in China. Of course, I am. Wu Zhongjie just said half a sentence proudly. Then he suddenly realized that Yang Ming wasn't his classmate, but a tutor. He suddenly stopped. Why do you care? It seems that you are a good person. Yeah, I didn't say that I was a good student. Yang Ming smiled. I don't need to watch that kind of thing now. Kid, you are still a virgin, right? None of your business. Wu Zhongjie immediately blushed and said, My mom hired you to be my tutor, not to listen to you talk nonsense with me. Okay, then let's start. It's time for tutoring. Yang Ming said in his heart. Little brat, do you think you can beat me with your petty mind? This. Wu Zhongjie also realized that he had fallen into a trap, but he was the most stubborn at his age. Since he had said it, he would not go back on it. So he simply said, let's start. Wu Zhongjie thought to himself, aren't you going to tutor me? All right then. See how I'll make things difficult for you. Thinking about it, Wu Zhongjie directly picked up an Olympiad tutorial book on the table and flipped through it. He randomly found a 5-star problem and pointed it to Yang Ming. I don't know how to solve this problem. You explain it to me. From a moment Wu Zhongjie raised his hand to pick up the book, Yang Ming sensed his intentions. However, he did not expose him. Mathematical Olympiad? I even won an award in the past. Yang Ming smiled and took the exercise book. He glanced at it and found his original feeling. This question was actually not difficult, but it was a little roundabout. So, he picked up a piece of white paper and began to explain it to Wu Zhongjie. Yang Ming's mathematics results in the college entrance examination could be said to be the most authentic. He was taught by Zhao Ying, so his explanation was also clear. Initially, Wu Zhongjie was still somewhat disdainful, but gradually he felt that this tutor was really good. Mathematics was Wu Zhongjie's strength. He naturally knew the difficulty of this question. Seeing that Yang Ming solved it so easily, although he was dissatisfied in his heart, there was no other way. He also gave up the idea of using the exercise book to make things difficult for him. He honestly took out some of his own questions and asked. Yang Ming secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, this kid just took a math question. If it were other subjects, wouldn't I be finished? Now, these questions were ordinary questions in the textbook. They were not related to the competition, so Yang Ming could easily answer them. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Yang Ming did not care if Wu Zhongjie still had questions. He stood up directly and said, okay, time is up. I should go. What? Wu Zhongjie had an eye-opener today. This kind of tutor, it was the first time he saw it. In the past, Lin Jiyun would only end when he said it was over. Today, this guy actually said it was over first. I will pay your tutor's fee for the extra time. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'm sorry, kid. I'm just following the agreement to help Jiyun substitute. Every time, it's 2 hours. Besides, I have a date now. I don't have time to care about you. If you have any questions, let's talk about it next time. Yang Ming picked up the book on the table that Lin Jiyun wrote for him and turned to leave. You stop. Wu Zhongjie was anxious. I spent money to hire him, but he was actually so arrogant. Hee, what were you doing earlier? If you didn't waste some time, you might be able to ask more questions now. Yang Ming looked at Wu Zhongjie and said mockingly, then you come over tomorrow and we'll talk about it. Wu Zhongjie snorted. Tomorrow? There's more? Does this school have them every day? Yang Ming was stunned and asked, why? Didn't Sister Jiyun tell you? It seems that your relationship with her isn't good. Wu Zhongjie also learned from Yang Ming's tone and said mockingly, motherfucker, this little brat. Yang Ming glared at him and said, tomorrow, right? Okay, then I'll see you today. What is this? Yang Ming thought as he went downstairs. I actually have a tutor. Aya, Xiaoyan, you came down? The housewife greeted him enthusiastically and took out 50 yuan and handed it to Yang Ming. This is the tutor fee this time. When is the next time? Isn't it tomorrow? Asked Yang Ming. Tomorrow? You and Zhongjie made an appointment tomorrow? The housewife also asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. It was originally twice a week. I didn't expect Zhongjie to like you so much that he asked you to come over. The housewife smiled. But this shows that Zhongjie likes you. What do I say? You're about the same age, so it's easy to communicate. Fuck. Yang Ming cursed in his heart. I was tricked by Wu Zhongjie, that little bastard. But he said faintly, and it's okay. For the 50 yuan handed over by the housewife, Yang Ming didn't refuse. This was his own labor. If he didn't want it, he would be a fool. So, he put it directly in his pocket. When he went back, Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun's home and told her that he had completed the task for her. But he also told Lin Jiyun about Wu Zhongjia's evil deeds. That child is a bit naughty, but if he asks you to go tomorrow, then go. It proves that he likes you. Lin Jiyun smiled. Likes me? Forget it. This kid is competing with me. Yang Ming also came from that era. How could he not know Wu Zhongjia's thoughts? Back at school, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan had her phone turned on, and she didn't refuse to answer. She just asked with a cold voice, "Why are you calling me? Mingyan, do you have time now? I want to see you." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "See me? Why do you want to see me? Don't you hate it when I care about you?" Chen Mingyan said with some grievances. Originally, the two people had finally reconciled, but they quarreled because of this small matter. Just now, Chen Mingyan even thought, is the relationship between the two people coming to an end? Chen Mingyan had an urge to cry. Is it really my fault? Is it all because of me? Is it just because of the lack of trust that led to the current situation? But my initial doubt was because I cared about Yang Ming. If I didn't care about him, who cares when the photo was taken? Is it just because of my small mistake that I have to accept Yang Ming's fallacy of having multiple wives? Well, I finally convinced myself to accept Lan Ling's existence. But we quarreled because of a small matter. Chen Mingyan felt that she and Yang Ming now didn't have the passion that they had when they were in love. Chen Mingyan was afraid that this wasn't a good sign. So this time when Yang Ming called, Chen Mingyan didn't refuse for the first time, because her intuition told her that the relationship between the two people couldn't continue to be in a deadlock. If that happened, there would be a big problem. So Chen Mingyan picked up the phone, but she was still a bit unhappy. Aren't you a bit too male chauvinistic now? Your way of doing things is inappropriate, and you don't let people talk about it. Chapter 357. I'm sorry, Mingyan. I was too impulsive today, but the person named Zhou Guang was too annoying. I saw that he was harassing you, so I was a little irrational. Yang Ming explained, if he harassed others, I definitely wouldn't care. That's nice to hear. Chen Mingyan complained. She didn't have so much resentment in her heart. Yes, Yang Ming was right. If he wasn't worried about me, he wouldn't care about Zhou Guang. I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Yang Ming said, come down. I'll wait for you. I'm going to sleep. Chen Mingyan said, I have something to give you. Yang Ming said, well, you wait for me. Chen Mingyan actually didn't want to sleep. It was still early to turn off the lights. She was just being reserved as a girl. It didn't take long for Chen Mingyan to come downstairs. Obviously, she wasn't going to sleep as she said. However, Yang Ming didn't expose it. What are you doing? Why did you call me out so late? Chen Mingyan's eyebrows had some annoyance. Why didn't you call me earlier? Why did you want to come so late? No, a friend was sick. I replaced her with a tutoring class. Yang Ming said. Otherwise, I would have come to you earlier. Look, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Tutoring? You? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming incredulously. In her impression, Yang Ming didn't seem like a person who could be a teacher. Why? Although I was admitted to university under your guidance, it's more than enough for me to tutor a junior high school child, right? Yang Ming smiled and said, are you looking down on me? That's not true. I asked you a question and was rejected. Chen Mingyan recalled the past events in high school. There was a burst of sweetness in her heart for no reason. That's right. Tell me, did you start to like me at that time? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile that was not a smile. Of course not. I was just thinking that you did better than me in the exam, and there were some questions that I didn't know how to answer. Chen Mingyan said with a red face. Hee, you're asking the wrong person. Yang Ming chuckled. But it's useless even if you don't admit it. If you don't like me, why are you so angry when Wang Jitao gave you a photo? You're still talking about me? You didn't even tell me when such a big thing happened. Do you really think of me as your girlfriend? Chen Mingyan frowned unhappily. It's not that I don't treat you as my girlfriend. It's obvious that you didn't agree with me. I spent a long time to get the position of the first suitor. Do you think it's easy for me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, Then I'll forgive you this time. Chen Mingyan smiled at Yang Ming's words. Not angry anymore? Yang Ming asked. How can I be so angry? When I'm with you, I have to always be calm. Otherwise, I'll be angered to death by you. Chen Mingyan said as she rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Hee. Yes, this is for you. Yang Ming handed the phone that Bai Hai gave him to Chen Mingyan. I already bought one, and this extra one is for Chen Mingyan. In this way, all of my women will use the same phone. However, except for Lan Ling, Yang Ming didn't know how Lan Ling was doing now. Whenever the night was quiet, Yang Ming would always think of her. Although the two of them had only been together for less than 3 months, their feelings for each other were very deep. I don't know how she's learning voodoo. However, Yang Ming also knew that Lan Ling would come back one day, so missing her was futile. What is this? Chen Mingyan took the thing that Yang Ming handed over and glanced at it. Phone? Didn't you buy one for me? Why do you give me another one? This a friend gave it to me. He gave me 2, and I'm giving one to you. Yang Ming said vaguely. I see. Chen Mingyan nodded. She didn't think much about it. She subconsciously thought that the other one must be kept by Yang Ming, who knew that the other one was now in Lin Jiyun's hands. Isn't this an N96? Isn't it expensive? Chen Mingyan glanced at the phone model and asked. I don't know. I did a favor for a friend. He gave it to me as a thank you. Yang Ming casually made up a convincing reason. Well, I will accept it. Chen Mingyan didn't need to be polite with Yang Ming. Since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, there was no need to be too polite. Right, didn't you not eat? Let's go. I will accompany you to eat something. Okay. Yang Ming nodded happily. Where are we going? I don't know. You tell me. Chen Mingyan said, I rarely go outside the university. I know a good cafe. Why don't we go there? Yang Ming suggested. Is there food in the cafe? Chen Mingyan was curious. There is something like curry rice, right? Yang Ming said, the key is that the atmosphere there is good. Well, then let's go. Chen Mingyan didn't care. She could go anywhere. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan to the 6 college students' cafe. The one who received them was still the boss from that day. Hello, welcome. Is it the usual spot? The boss's eyesight was good. He recognized Yang Ming at a glance. This was also the secret of his business. However, he ignored the female companion beside Yang Ming. He didn't expect that Yang Ming could change girlfriends in such a day. Yang Ming didn't care and nodded, but Chen Mingyan secretly doubted. When they entered the couple's booth, Chen Mingyan's face immediately sank. This is obviously a place for couples. Why did the boss say that it was the usual spot? However, because the boss was present, Chen Mingyan didn't act on the spot. She just looked at Yang Ming with an unkind expression. The lights in the booth were dim. Yang Ming really didn't notice. He ordered a plate of curry beef rice. Chen Mingyan simply ordered a cup of milk tea. After the boss left, Chen Mingyan asked with some jealousy, Yang Ming, have you been here before? And I came here once yesterday. I also sat here. How is it? The environment here is good, right? It is suitable for couples. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? As Yang Ming said, he saw Chen Mingyan's face getting worse and worse. Although the lights were dim, Yang Ming's eyesight was good, so he immediately noticed Chen Mingyan's uneasiness. The environment is good, suitable for couples. Yang Ming, did you come here alone yesterday? Although Chen Mingyan was angry, she tried to make her voice sound calmer. So you are unhappy because of this. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally figured out the reason. It turned out that Chen Mingyan was quite attentive. However, wasn't she a little too jealous? Yesterday, I came here with sistering. I asked her about your situation. So that's the case. Chen Mingyan immediately felt that her face was a little hot. It seems that I misunderstood Yang Ming. I have to be careful next time. I can't be so narrow-minded. Why? Are you happy? Yang Ming joked. Did you think that I came here with other girls? Not all. I thought you came here alone. I thought you had some narcissistic tendencies. Chen Mingyan defended herself strongly. Yang Ming smiled and didn't expose her. Instead, he changed the topic. Right, Mingyan, it's going to be Christmas soon. How are you going to spend it? I haven't thought about it yet. What do you think? Chen Mingyin was now reconciled with Yang Ming. Naturally, she thought about celebrating with Yang Ming. I don't know, but people say that Christmas Eve is the night of losing one's chastity. Do you dare to spend it with me? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Chen Mingyin. Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Mingyin said with a pout. Why don't we go to the beach? Although Chen Mingyin said that there was nothing to be afraid of, she subconsciously avoided this question. Now, it was common for college couples to have sex. It wasn't surprising at all. Although Chen Mingyin was a more traditional girl, those around her who were more traditional than her had gone out with their boyfriends. Therefore, Chen Mingyin felt that she and Yang Ming weren't the same. This was also the reason why Chen Mingyin was depressed last time. Therefore, Chen Mingyin wasn't very resistant to the things between men and women. What should happen will happen. What does it matter if it happens sooner or later? Anyway, my heart has been tied to Yang Ming. Therefore, Chen Mingyin was still looking forward to some things to come sooner. If Yang Ming had no interest in her, then she was really worried. Just now, when Yang Ming said that Christmas Eve was the night of losing one's chastity, Chen Mingyin also heard it, but she didn't refute it. Instead, she expressed her own meaning. Whether he could understand it or not, it depended on Yang Ming. I can't be so straightforward, right? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.